ciencia.
Me, myself, and I still pushing forward, I'm ahead like die. Standing on my flow with my head to the sky. Pass on a bitch, young rip, drop dimes. It's been a rough road, gotta look for the signs. I'm married to this music, so I cook for my bride. Flip out like a skateboarder, look how I grind. It took a long time, but I'm right on time. I'm progressing, that's progressive, I got bars like a correction. Still chasing petty cash, that's a mantis. I want extra, I stop searching for my pops. I hold my nuts just like a checkup. I get physical, I'm copping just like Interpol. I play on words like a syllable. To me the world is fading. Hold this L just like a Laker. Like a birthday, my shit caking. It get messy like an apron. I pick out just like some bacon, and I sizzle like it too. Can't forget about you, boo. It feel like we on a loop. Same shit, different day. I don't know what's really true. I get high as I leave hoops. Who gon' give me what I'm owed? Man, I guess nobody knew. And I know that money talks, so what it said is probably true. It's the feeling that I get and the shit I'll probably do to get through or get by. I get fly, cause I'm Jeff Goldblum in my mind. Tell them hoes to fall in line. If you thought I fell off, bitch, I'm back like my spine. Hot as homemade pie. That's the pro rate, ma. I'm a pro, ain't I? Sniff it out like K9s. I'm a thief, it take time to be great on Bayside. I get blue like Kelly Parker. When I'm gone, I left a mark. Tell them fish I'm still a shark. I will embark on this journey till it's finished. In the midst of all this friction, I got vision on my P's like no limit. Like a mouse, now we clicking. I go out for the spinach, that's business.
Cut the cord that kept us connected. Blacking out the mirror where your light once reflected. All of the love from up above. We used to fit like a glove. I still think about the you that only exists in my brain. Nothing ever stays the same. Guess it's just a shame. With no one to blame.
Stop looking for somebody else to lay the blame. Without a wave of change, life stays the same. So when I pull up to your spot, I'm with a paradigm chick. Only used to have one and it's my paradigm ship. Calls for celebration, I cracked the hand. I took a hiatus, but I'm back again. A bunch of blue face hundreds, I've been stacking them. Cause in the game of life, I just have to win. So when I'm in go mode, I be ballin' insane. Tried to walk away, they was calling my name. My brothers from another, we are all in the game. Don't give a fuck about clout nor all of the fame. I'm trying to inspire, empower, build and progress at a steady rate. Move heavyweight like a Bowflex. The haters make me greater, they mad, I got them so stressed. Shock my style for a while now, I can show text. Screenshots as proof and receipts. You a certified clown, been a goof in the streets. Angel made the beat, but this my demon flow. Get a lot of love from people I don't even know. And when the situation's ugly like Dudley, we do right. Fuck propaganda, let's conquer and unite. The wait's over, take over, it's commencing. My money fully grown, but yours like an infant. But that ain't no shade to you, it's just provision and protection, what you made to do. Being a man with a purpose, who you supposed to be. Living life as a loser, that's a joke to me. FN 509, stay close to me. If I pull it, I'ma spray like some potpourri. I don't wanna have to go there, so hopefully you don't try to have no beef or no smoke with me. Bro, everything I'm talking about, be backing it up. I'm back in the cuts, rapping the Dutch and macking a hut. She start to get aroused when I'm smacking her butt. Baby got stupid cheeks and she be clapping it up. I'ma enter through the front and hit the back of her guts. She a classy lady but be acting a slut. When we be kissing and cuddling, my bitch like to hug. Her box customized so it fit like a glove.
Be easy, he is that dude. It's plain and obvious. A certified professional, ain't never been a hobbyist. He is one of the nicest, realest, coldest, and dopest. So you should take notice. Woo! That dude, be easy, that dude, be easy, that dude. Show love and support to be easy, that dude.
Be easy, be easy. Ooh.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream, back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. Late night, so it most definitely will be a doozy. Now, since it is extremely late, I do not like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit ya.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても時間少ないんです。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ない方がいいかな。
This promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting modo. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no-ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making packs move. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji eating tandoori and chicken curry, that ism is really envy. My pimp game international, I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad. And we are activated, and we gonna get right into this thing. We've been joined by an illustrious guest. Salute to the intellectual soapbox in building. So I touched on this topic a little bit, actually a lot of bit. So check out my other live stream that I did about this one. This one, I wanted to kind of hone in on a specific aspect of this interview that Tucker Carlson did with Mike Huckabee, who is a foreign ambassador, part of the Trump administration. And this video I will be reacting to, where you can watch it uninterrupted, is on the channel We Woke Now. That's what it's called, We Woke Now. And this video is titled, Tucker Carlson, Make Them Take a DNA Test, Mike Huckabee, because there's this controversy where these people of this particular demographic will say that they are the chosen people and the land in Gaza and Palestine was promised to them by God himself, right? And Tucker and others are saying, hey, well, look, if God promised you this land, how do we really know that y'all are the chosen people, right? We want to be as accurate as humanly possible. So how about we just take a DNA test to just confirm your heritage, your lineage, etc. Whoa. Just trust me, bro. We don't have to take a DNA test. Just trust me, bro, that we're the chosen people. Trust me, you know, that we come from this line of Shem, right? So let's get right into this video. And I will have to pause it. I will have to stop it, rewind, fast forward, etc. There are some parts where it has music, so I may need to mute the music just because I don't want to get a copyright or infringement strike. So hopefully the chat is chatting, so that will allow me to pause the video more and engage with you guys. But I will always rewind the video back so you get the full context of what's being said and disseminated. Let's get into it.
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do genetic testing on everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that. Who are the modern? Yes. Who are the descendants? So we know, and I believe, and I agree with you as a Christian, that God promised this land from modern day Iraq to modern day Egypt to this people, the Jews. To Abram's, actually not to Abram's descendants, as it says in Genesis 15. Who are his descendants now, and how do we know who they are?
I think they're the Jews, and we know who they are because they've always been a Jewish people. There has been an unbroken line of Jewish people, and they've lived in this land for 3,800 years. Sometimes not very many of them, because they were chased out all over the world. They were hunted down. They were almost annihilated during the Holocaust. They came back. To this day, Tucker, they represent, you know how many Jews there are in the whole world?
Please,
No,
I understand. But first of all, the greatest genocide of Jews no one ever mentions was by the Romans, where they were literally banned from Jerusalem for 500 years.
Yeah, of course.
And it's all awful. And I'm opposed to all of that. I'm opposed to mass killing of anybody, period. I'm opposed to
hear
killing.
you say that.
I mean it.
Yeah.
And I hope
I
we can
believe
agree
that.
on that.
I believe that.
My question is, and it's not a bumper sticker answer, it's a sincere answer. How do we know? Because what you're saying is that certain people have a title to a highly contested region. They own it in some deep sense. So I think it's fair to ask, who are they and how do we know? So the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here within recorded history. He has no deed. Bibi Netanyahu, on one side, his family's from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe. So how do we know that he has a connection to the people who God promised the land to, Abram's descendants? How do we know that?
Well, if you take the genealogies that come not only from the Old, but the New Testament, you see that there is a historical connection through the entirety of the Old and the New Testament that details the Jewish connection to this land.
Does that include Bibi's family? How do we know that if his family
if they were
here,
scattered?
What? This is wow. This is what I call bloviating biblical blather. He's trying to connect some sort of any modern person that lives in Israel, especially many of them whose lineage comes from Europe. This dude is saying, yeah, man, if you look into the Bible lays out the genealogy that says that this land was promised to the Jews. Huh? Which Jews was he talking about, right? Because they always say, oh, well, he didn't describe race and all these other type of things, right? Okay, fine. So just based on geography, what people are they talking about, right? They're talking about new invaders. And in the Bible, it doesn't say anything about genealogy for Bibi Netanyahu and his family. Let me rewind that back. See, this is the biblical blather that has people brainwashed. So you think that, hey, they're promised this land. So even though they're slaughtering Palestinians, this is just God's plan. This is what they will want. When they ask, what would Jesus do? What? He would drop a nuke or threaten and saber rattle with a nuke? Who are we kidding here?
And it's all awful. And I'm opposed to all of that. I'm opposed to mass killing of anybody, period. I'm opposed to
hear
killing.
you say that.
I mean it.
Yeah.
And I hope we
I believe
can agree
that.
on that.
I believe that.
My question is, and it's not a bumper sticker answer, it's a sincere answer. How do we know? Because what you're saying is that certain people have a title to a highly contested region. They own it in some deep sense. So I think it's fair to ask, who are they and how do we know? So the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here within recorded history. He has no deed. Bibi Netanyahu, on one side, his family's from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe. So how do we know that he has a connection to the people who God promised the land to, Abram's descendants? How do we know that?
Well, if you take the genealogies that come not only from the Old, but the New Testament, you see that there is a historical connection through the entirety of the Old and the New Testament that details the Jewish connection to this land.
Does that include Bibi's family? How do we know that if his family
if they were
comes here,
scattered?
but how do we know it's the same people? Why is that crazy? If you say to me,
if they speak the same language, if they worship the same God, if they follow the same Bible, if they follow the same cultures and traditions, and they always pray next year in Jerusalem, and they pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and they pray facing toward Jerusalem, does that not give you a little bit of a clue as to who they are?
Let's go through those things, because I would like to have a rational. This is the conversation I've wanted. Bless you. Thank you for doing this. Let's just go through those things.
Okay.
So one of the things I admire most about Israel is they resurrected a dead language in 1948. Good for them.
Well, they really didn't resurrect it. It was existent.
Okay, I'm not. That's a compliment. I'm not slighting.
No. But it is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time. It's. I would call it. You might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many.
Okay.
That you can attribute to this.
I think it's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. Okay, they didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe in God. There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know, since they didn't share a language?
And shout out to Roger Meadows. Roger Meadows, you up late, bro. What you doing up late? You ain't in your snuggie tucked in bed, you know what I mean? Drinking some warm milk. But shout out to my East Coast NY family. Roger Meadows in the building. And yes, Tucker Carlson is making sense. And Mike Huckabee is doing this bloviating biblical blather. What he's trying to do is say that, oh, look, yeah, the Bible lays it out with genealogy that this land was promised to this chosen group of people. The Bible says nothing about this land being promised to Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gurion and all of those other rabid Zionists, who many of them were secular atheists. Many of them didn't believe in, the Bible or the Talmud, Torah, or any of that. But, they convince you that, they deserve preferential treatment from you because they've been chosen by God.
Bless you. Thank you for doing this. Let's just go through those things.
Okay.
So one of the things I admire most about Israel is they resurrected a dead language in 1948. Good for them.
Well, they really didn't resurrect it. It was existent.
Okay, I'm not. That's a compliment. I'm not slighting.
No. But it is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time. It's. I would call it. You might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many.
Okay.
That you can attribute to this.
I think it's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. Okay, they didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe in God. There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know, since they didn't share a language, they didn't share a religion, they had no religion whatsoever, how do we know that they had a right to come here from Eastern Europe and
but they were scattered.
Take the land?
They were scattered to Eastern Europe. They were scattered all over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in Russia. They were in Poland. They were throughout Asia. Jews were.
He didn't ask if he was scattered. He said, how do we know that these are the chosen descendants, and that they have this right to this land, right? And he said, yeah, they were scattered. Okay, fine. They were scattered. That doesn't mean that they have a right to this land. And he's trying to frame it as, oh, it was their land. Then they got scattered because they got exiled, and then they're just returning to their homeland. No, their homeland is in Europe. They got scattered across parts of Europe, and then they came and invaded what is now called the Middle East. There was no such thing as Middle East, just like there was no such thing as Sub-Saharan. These are colonial and pseudo-geographic terms that came way, way later. I guess people forget how old the planet actually is and civilization itself. All of these are relatively new and modern terms. Middle East, Sub-Saharan, all made up stuff. social constructs, is what people would say.
That's a compliment. I'm not slighting.
No. But it is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time. It's. I would call it. You might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many.
Okay.
That you can attribute to this.
I think it's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. Okay. They didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe in God. There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know, since they didn't share a language, they didn't share a religion, they had no religion whatsoever, how do we know that they had a right to come here from Eastern Europe and
but they were scattered.
Take the land?
They were scattered to Eastern Europe. They were scattered all over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in Russia. They were in Poland. They were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay, so then let me get to the nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake, a lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of a crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have. It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled?
And salute to his ghetto point of view. That's a nice title. Peace and love. Salute to you. Salute the chat. Tucker bodied this interview. Mike was saying a lot of nothing. And that's what I said. This is what I call bloviating biblical blather. I'm going to rewind it back. Salute to the people, because it looks like y'all starting to come in. Even on this late night, y'all could have been anywhere in the world. You chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. And salute Roger. I forgot you in NY. The laundry mats is still open at this time of night. Yeah, so the city that never sleeps. Let's get back into it. I'm going to rewind it back a little bit more since y'all starting to come in.
Banned from Jerusalem for 500 years.
Yeah, of course.
And it's all awful. And I'm opposed to all of that. I'm opposed to mass killing of anybody, period. I'm opposed to
hear
killing.
you say that.
I mean it.
Yeah.
And I hope
I believe that.
I
believe that.
My question is, and it's not a bumper sticker answer, it's a sincere answer, how do we know? Because what you're saying is that certain people have a title to a highly contested region. They own it in some deep sense. So I think it's fair to ask, who are they and how do we know? So the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here within recorded history. He has no deed. Bibi Netanyahu, on one side, his family's from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe. So how do we know that he has a connection to the people who God promised the land to, Abram's descendants? How do we know that?
Well, if you take the genealogies that come not only from the Old, but the New Testament, you see that there is a historical connection through the entirety of the Old and the New Testament that details the Jewish connection to this land.
Does that include Bibi's family? How do we know that if his family
they were scattered?
But how do we know it's the same people? Why is that crazy? If you say to me,
if they speak the same language, if they worship the same God, if they follow the same Bible, if they follow the same cultures and traditions, and they always pray next year in Jerusalem, and they pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and they pray facing toward Jerusalem, does that not give you a little bit of a clue as to who they are?
Let's go through those things, because I would like to have a rational this is a conversation I've wanted. Bless you. Thank you for doing this. Let's just go through those things.
Okay.
So one of the things I admire most about Israel is they resurrected a dead language in 1948. Good for them.
Well, they really didn't resurrect it. It was existent.
Okay, that's a compliment. I'm not slighting.
No, but it is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time. It's. I would call it. You might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many.
Okay,
that you can attribute to this.
I think it's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. Okay, they didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe in God. There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know, since they didn't share a language, they didn't share a religion, they had no religion whatsoever, how do we know that they had a right to come here from Eastern Europe and
but they were
take
scattered.
the land?
They were scattered
I
to
understand
Eastern Europe.
that.
They were scattered all over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in Russia. They were in Poland. They were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay,
That's
so then
what
let
made
me
them
get to the nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake, a lot of money is at stake, land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of a crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have. It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled to it? I don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a totally rational.
No, I'm not discouraged.
No, you're not discouraging.
Yeah.
Others do. You're like the only person I can have this conversation with. Everyone else will be like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you?
And this is where Mike Huckabee is being disingenuous. Oh, no, I'm not discouraged. And like Tucker says, yeah, but you know, many other people are. You think you can sit down with Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL and have this type of discussion without being accused of being anti-Semitic? So, and then people like to play this pseudo race, ethnic religiosity game. Judaism is a religion. Jewish is an ethnic and cultural identifier. There's no race called Jewish. This is very clear to see. Bernie Sanders, if you look at Bernie Sanders, you know exactly what he is. He's a white guy. You look at Jake Tapper, you know exactly what he is. He's a white guy. And there's nothing wrong with being a white guy. But other people try to play the game. Bernie Sanders, he's Jewish. Yeah, he's a white Jewish dude. Like, there's no race called Jewish. And when Mike Huckabee is talking about they were still Jews, he's talking about other white people. There's plenty of black Jews, just like there were African melanated Ethiopian Jews who Israel had to admit later that they were sterilizing them unbeknownst to them to curb the population problem. You know what I mean? Because they were having more babies than the native population. But Mike Huckabee is not talking about protecting those types of Jews. When people think of Jews, they have a caricature of what a Jewish person looks like. It's almost like what a Native American looks like. Now a Native American looks like Elizabeth Warren or Justin Timberlake. And now someone that's supposed to be a real Jew that the Bible listed looks like Justin Bieber. Okay.
Over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in Russia. They were in Poland. They were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay,
That's
so then
what
let
made
me
them
get to the nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake, a lot of money is at stake, land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of a crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have. It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled to it? I don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a totally rational.
No, I'm not discouraged.
No, you're not discouraging.
Yeah.
Others do. You're like the only person I can have this conversation with. Everyone else will be like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you speaking of an ethnic group or a religious group?
Well, I think you're looking at, for many people, it is religious. There are people who may not have a deep religious connection to Judaism, but they're still Jews.
Okay, so it's an ethnic category.
It is ethnic, but it is also religious. It is rooted in religion. You can't take it out of it. Now, that means
then how can an atheist?
Well, I will tell you this. There are some people who say, I'm Christian. They never go to church. They never pray. They never read their Bible. They don't tithe.
But they're not entitled to citizenship on the basis of that.
Well,
they're not entitled to.
They still call themselves.
And that's not even an apples to apples comparison, right? You can't be an atheist and a Christian. So it's just like an oxymoron. And let me get to the chat, because like G. Traco says, every question Tucker is asking, Mike is deflecting from answering. It sounds like word salad. This is beyond word salad. What I call word pasta with some extra sauce on it. It's some word pasta with the word salad on the side. Let's get back into it. Mike Huckabee is babbling incoherently.
They were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay,
That's
so then,
what
let
made
me
them
get to the nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake, a lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of a crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have. It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled to it? I don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a totally rational.
No, I'm not discouraged.
No, you're not discouraging. Yeah. Others do. You're like the only person I can have this conversation with. Everyone else will be like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you speaking of an ethnic group or a religious group?
Well, I think you're looking at, for many people, it is religious. There are people who may not have a deep religious connection to Judaism, but they're still Jews.
Okay, so it's an ethnic category.
It is ethnic, but it is also religious. It is rooted in religion. You can't take it out of it. Now that means
then how can an atheist?
Well, I will tell you this. There are some people who say, I'm Christian. They never go to church. They never pray. They never read their Bible. They don't tithe.
But they're not entitled to citizenship on the basis of that.
Well,
they're
but
not
I'm saying
entitled
that
to.
they still call themselves Christian, even though they identify in that way.
Here's the difference. You're saying that people who have this identification have a deed to a huge chunk of land on the Mediterranean. Okay, so there's, it's a right. You keep telling me it's a right, and so it's totally fair to say if you come to my house and say I've got the title to your house, I get to ask, may I see it? Where'd you get it? And that's exactly what happened here. People from Europe, Eastern Europe, came here, in a lot of cases atheists, and kicked out a lot of people who lived here.
Land.
Well, but
they did not just throw people out.
They bought a lot of land. There's no question about that.
They did buy a lot of land.
And here he goes again, Mike Huckabee being disingenuous. They bought a lot of land, but it wasn't really their land to buy. They're coming over there like the Godfather saying, I'm going to give you an offer that you can't refuse. And then many of the people were saying, yeah, I refuse. This is my land. I don't want to go anywhere. And then they were forcefully moved off the land. You got people from Brooklyn, where Brooklyn at, going over there and just violently displacing many Palestinians' land. And it's all government and state sanctioned by Israel, all with the complicity of the U.S. government turning the blind eye. Why are all roads continuously leading to Israel? Even the moronic MAGA maniacs who were saying MAGA, many of them turned out to be MIGA, trying to make Israel great again. Is this the United States of Israel? Is it? I can't tell. Seems to be.
You're not discouraging. Yeah. Others do. You're like the only person I can have this conversation with. Everyone else will be like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you speaking of an ethnic group or a religious group?
Well, I think you're looking at, for many people, it is religious. There are people who may not have a deep religious connection to Judaism, but they're still Jews.
Okay, so it's an ethnic category.
It is ethnic, but it is also religious. It is rooted in religion. You can't take it out of it. Now that means
then how can an atheist?
Well, I will tell you this. There are some people who say, I'm Christian. They never go to church. They never pray. They never read their Bible. They don't tithe.
But they're not entitled to citizenship on the basis of that.
Well,
they're not entitled to.
They still call themselves Christian, even though they identify in that way.
Here's the difference. You're saying that people who have this identification have a deed to a huge chunk of land on the Mediterranean. Okay, so there's, it's a right. You keep telling me it's a right, and so it's totally fair to say if you come to my house and say I've got the title to your house, I get to ask, may I see it? Where'd you get it? And that's exactly what happened here. People from Europe, Eastern Europe, came here, in a lot of cases atheists, and kicked out a lot of people who lived here.
Land.
Well, but
they did not just throw people out.
They bought a lot of land. There's no question about that.
They did buy a lot of land.
But they also, in 1948, kicked out a lot of people.
In the war.
It was a war. I agree. Yeah. I want to relitigate the history. I'm just saying it's a fact.
Okay.
Including a lot of Christians wound up fleeing. and they lost their homes and they've never been allowed back. And all of this was justified on the basis of this identity that is the ticket to the right that you keep referring to. So my question is very simple. I'm going to wait patiently for an answer. Does this right derive from religious affiliation or from genetics?
And I would say it's both. But I would also say that when you said the Christians were kicked out, Tucker, Christianity is growing in Israel.
Okay, but
and there is a big lie that goes out there. But no, let me finish this, because I keep hearing that Christians are really not treated well in Israel. That's a lie.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously?
Surprising report from Israel today, where officials are taking seriously a recent upsurge in spitting and hitting attacks on clergy and the vandalism of Christian sites.
Christians in Jerusalem.
So you're just supposed to tolerate that, right? So the Christians that go over there, not all, but many Christians that go over there, they're being oppressed. They're being treated like scum of the earth, being spit on, spit at, and you're just supposed to tolerate that. I'm not a Christian, but, I think religion has been more detrimental to society than it's been a benefit, but I believe there have been some benefits, but mostly detrimental, right? But you go to Israel, the same Israel where U.S. taxpayer dollars, Israel wouldn't exist without the U.S. So as much as they try to say it's their chosen right from God, okay, it wasn't God that created Israel. It was men coming together and orchestrating, the removal and displacement of people to create the Israeli state, the modern state, not the biblical state. Y'all saw Joe Biden on the Senate floor saying, if there wasn't an Israel, we would create one. And they were trying to create one originally in Africa around Uganda. So if this was just the chosen land, why were they shopping for places to say, I think we can set up shop over here, right? And all Tucker Carlson is saying, okay, fine. If you guys are the chosen people, like you said, why are you so vehemently objective to take a DNA test, right? Wouldn't you want to say, here, let me take this DNA test to definitively prove my lineage? Instead, they're obfuscating, tap dancing, and doing everything to run away from specific questions. But just trust me, bro, we're the chosen people. Okay, let's get back into it.
Israel. Okay, but and there is a big lie that goes out there. But no, let me finish this, because I keep hearing that Christians are really not treated well in Israel. That's a lie.
A surprising report from Israel today, where officials are taking seriously a recent upsurge in spitting and hitting attacks on clergy and the vandalism of Christian sites.
Christians in Jerusalem's Old City say they've been repeatedly assaulted.
Shut up. We don't do anything illegal. You cannot take us to jail. If you are not involved, please go. Shalom, my friend. We bless you.
You're in my country.
You come to the United States, you can say whatever you want to say. That is a free world, yes?
You're not in the United States. You're in Israel.
I understand.
You cannot say whatever you want to say here.
Yes, you can. It's legal. It is legal to preach about Yeshua. We preach at Damascus Gate. The police said it's okay. We preach at Jaffa Gate. The police say it's okay. Please stop. I respect you. Respect me.
Doesn't have to respect you.
Huh?
Doesn't have to respect you.
That is the right thing. Are you Jewish? Do you want to honor God? That is the godly thing to do. We respect one another.
The godly thing to do is to kill you.
The godly thing is to kill me.
That's right. That's
yes?
what the Torah says.
The Torah says to kill us.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah says.
So we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes? That you discriminate against Christians.
Christians are idol worshippers.
You discriminate against
Christians.
Christians.
The Torah says that Christianity is idol worship.
Does this seem like a great, inviting environment for Christians? Are there any Christians in the chat that been to Israel? Do you have Israel on your vacation list? Would you prefer Israel or Cabo or Dubai? Let me know.
Torah says that Christianity is idol worship.
Earlier incidents include the desecration of a Protestant cemetery on Mount Zion, an attack on international Christians during a day of prayer for Jerusalem, and harassment at a Messianic concert in Jerusalem.
Your book deserves the same treatment bestsellers get. That is exactly what Spines offers.
6 billion idol worshippers who makes God angry every second of their life. Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Tibet, Nepal, Thailand. So many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many. 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Indian, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty. Not only Jews, even a goy who bow down to an idol, who believe in JC, deserve death penalty.
I mean, are y'all hearing what he's saying? This sounds like a culture of violence, a culture of heinous barbarism. But, you know, people are too worried about George Floyd and BLM. It's like, this dude is saying, he's saying that billions and billions, not thousands, not hundreds of thousands, not even millions. He's saying billions and billions are idol worshipers, and based on the Torah, they deserve to not even see the light of day.
Thailand, so many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many. 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Indian, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty. Not only Jews, even a goy who bow down to an idol, who believe in JC, deserve death penalty.
Well, there are lots of different. There are lots of different.
There were 34,000 Christians in Israel in 1948. There are 184,000 Christians here today.
And by Israel, what are you counting?
You're talking about the land?
What territory are you counting? You're counting about Israel proper? Or are you counting
about Israel
the West
proper.
Bank as well and Gaza? I mean, what do you, when you say Israel, those numbers apply to what landmass?
It would be in Israel proper.
Okay.
There are 184,000. Now, I'll tell you where Christians are not doing very well. They're not doing very well in the Muslim-controlled countries. There's almost no Christians in Qatar, for example, except those who live in the Christian ghetto, who are the service workers.
I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to argue with you. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel.
That's not true.
what it actually is true. And I refer you to Wikipedia, Mr. Ambassador.
Wikipedia.
I refer you to the government of Qatar, the government of Israel. These are knowable facts. Like I'm
in Jordan.
By the way,
numbers are down. In Syria, the numbers are down. In Lebanon, the numbers are down. I'm just telling you that
about twice as many Christians.
But they live in the enclave. They are not native Qataris.
Okay, we're mixing so many different categories here. I'm just saying I get things wrong all the time. You've just gotten something wrong, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel. Fact.
How many?
Now you caught me. I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was...
Okay, so I'll tell you, Qatar has approximately 380,000 Christians, mostly expatriates, while Israel has around 188,000 Christians, primarily citizens. Christians in Qatar make up about 15.4% of the population. And this is based on the 2023 estimates. The community is largely composed of migrant workers from the Philippines, India, Pakistan, and other countries. So this dude is an ambassador. He's in this presidential cabinet and a bunch of this stuff. He has all of this bloviating biblical blather, but this dude is just a straight bozo and a buffoon. He is clearly incoherent with what he's saying. It's just like he's kind of winging it and guessing it, right? So, yes, Tucker was right. Qatar has more Christians than Israel. What the hell are you talking about, Mike?
Down in Lebanon, the numbers are down. I'm just telling you that
about twice as many Christians.
But they live in the enclave. They are not native Qataris.
Okay, we're mixing so many different categories here. I'm just saying I get things wrong all the time. You've just gotten something wrong, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel. Fact.
How many?
Instead of, he said, look, man, you got this wrong. I think it's important to acknowledge it, right? And instead of acknowledging it, he just said, how many? At this point, it doesn't really matter how many, because you got it wrong. And now you want to know the number. Even if Tucker was to tell him the number right now, he's still not going to admit that he got it wrong. But I just gave you guys the number. So we'll play more of the video.
Now you caught me. I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was just there, and there are many more, like, whatever. But I just want to get to the point that forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land?
Learn how to play ball. That's what the Zionists did, except instead of a baseball team, they went to try to convince the Jews that the Jewish people are a nation, like France and like Spain. We'll get a land, that's Israel, that's our stadium. We'll get baseball bats and balls, we'll create a language. They sat down to create a language because nations need languages. You can convert to Judaism, you can't convert to a blood family. You cannot convert to a race. Judaism is a religion. That's all it is. The religion created the Jewish people. The definition of a Jewish person is somebody who is transformed by receiving the Torah.
So that's super vague. He's saying that a Jewish person is someone who's transformed by receiving the Torah. And then on another hand, they'll make it seem as if this is just some sacred lineage, right?
But if it's the religious...
Which one is it? Is it a sacred lineage, or, you know, it's just like immigration, right? You can't immigrate into a race. You can't convert into a race. You may see a chick from Belarus or Russia and think like, oh my God, she's so hot. I wish we were the same race. Let me convert into the Russian, or let me convert into the white race so I can be Russian, so I can be with my boo. Like, doesn't even make sense. So these people know that Judaism and being Jewish is not a race. Like he clearly said, you can't convert into a race, but you can convert into Judaism, which is some sort of nebulous secret society that, is not really to be spoken about. So let's play the rest of this. Hold up.
You cannot convert to a race. Judaism is a religion. That's all it is. The religion created the Jewish people.
It's a religion. That's all it is. So stop trying to make it a race. So when you see these white dudes and say they're Jewish. Yeah, religiously, but racially, they're white. Race is a social construct. Yeah, so is the religion. Try again. Hold on, let me rewind that back.
Now you caught me. I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was just there and there are many more, like whatever. But I just want to get to the point that forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land?
Learn how to play ball. That's what the Zionists did, except instead of a baseball team, they went to try to convince the Jews that the Jewish people are a nation, like France and like Spain. We'll get the land. That's Israel. That's our stadium. We'll get baseball bats and balls. We'll create a language.
And shout out to Lap D SWAT said, aren't the SARS originally from Mongolia, Turkic origins? Many of the West Africans have DNA markers from ancient Israel. Now, I can confirm that, like you said, many of the West Africans have DNA markers from ancient Israel. Yes, I think that might be touched upon in this video, but I will elaborate on that a little bit further. And I sincerely appreciate you coming in with the contribution. That was generous of you. It does mean a lot to me. And for the other people, if you are unwilling or unable to support financially, you can hit me on the Cash App. You can hit me with a super chat or super sticker if you do want to support financially. However, like I said, if you're unable or unwilling to support financially, it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Let's get back into it.
They sat down to create a language because nations need languages. You can convert to Judaism. You can't convert to a blood family. You cannot convert to a race. Judaism is a religion. That's all it is. The religion created the Jewish people. The definition of a Jewish person is somebody who is transformed by receiving the Torah.
But if it's the religious argument, then the majority of Israel identifies as not religious. So then are those people Jews or not Jews or what? And then also, by the way, I mean, Rob, if you convert to Judaism, you're eligible for birthright, I believe.
So when you see this dude on the screen who some people like him because he calls out Israel, but if you sit down with him, he has a bunch of anti-Black views. Maybe he's pandering, I think that, unfortunately, many of these pundits, especially the white pundits, they believe that they have to throw Black people under the bus as red meat for their base, as if they're not charismatic, they're not intellectually formidable and astute enough to maintain an audience without, being with sympathizers, anti-Black sympathizers and people who call us niggers, you know what I mean? So that's the type of person Dave Smith is. People will think, oh yeah, he's good on these geopolitics or war stuff like that. But, he negates all of that stuff, when he kind of leans into the anti-Blackness. But when you see this dude on the screen, both of these dudes on the screen, what race are these people? Stevie Wonder would be able to tell you that both of these dudes are white. But guess what? Dave Smith, he's Jewish. Yeah, he's a white Jewish dude. That's all he is, because it's not a race. And like even the Jewish rabbi said, you can't convert into a race. However, you can convert into Judaism, a religion. Let's get back into it.
Religion created the Jewish people. The definition of a Jewish person is somebody who is transformed by receiving the Torah.
But if it's the religious argument, then the majority of Israel identifies as not religious. So then are those people Jews or not Jews or what? And then also, by the way, I mean, Rob, if you convert to Judaism, you're eligible for birthright, I believe, right? So wait, so which one is it? Like, like what exactly is the claim of Netanyahu and the state of Israel here. It's like, oh, we genetically go all the way back, therefore this is our land. It's like, okay, but that's like, so now it's.
They look white to you, brother, because they are white. And just to be clear, there's nothing wrong with being white. I'm a humanitarian, so I love people from all races and ethnic backgrounds, various creeds. However, I am B1, and I can't tolerate bigots of any sort, especially those disrespecting my community and my lineage, like Dave Smith has done on repeated occasions. But we have to continuously reiterate, because people try to play this, 3-card racial Monty, leaning into religion when it suits them, leaning into ethnicity and nationality when it suits them, leaning into race, then backing off race, saying it is a social construct. And then when I just retort that all of these things are social constructs, then you hear a chorus of crickets. Religion, social construct. Race, social construct. Ethnicity, social construct. Building a nation state, social construct. A tribe, Zulu tribe, Cherokee, Choctaw, Seminole, social constructs. So which one do we want to adhere to? It's not about the social construct. It's about the society adhering to them. And shout out to Dark Gable, says, dude panders to get Dwight following, clicks and views. He's clout chasing. Yes, but this clout chasing is dangerous. And we are in an age where we can't just simply, man, forget dude, man. He's just clout chasing. No. You know how they say, what would Jesus do? No, what would Jews do? What would the Jews do? If people are clout chasing and pandering, y'all saw what they did to Kanye/Kanye, which I didn't agree with, but y'all saw what they did to Kyrie. Same energy, same logic. We got to get some of these people out the paint. At the very least, we have to be challenging these anti-Black ideologies, because a lie is halfway across the world before the truth gets out of bed. So if you just, let me just use an example of some people that have grown up in the hood, or let's just say an urban environment, right? If somebody puts an allegation out there that you was touching kids, or that you was a snitch, right? If you just leave those allegations unanswered, even if it's a lie, it becomes the truth. And you have to do it in a particular way. If you do it too forcefully, people will go and say, man, it must be true, because look how mad he's getting. He's triggered. Then if you don't address the lie, it's like, man, we can tell it's true because we haven't heard nothing from him. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. So you need to address it head on, but you need to do it your way. You know what I mean? But that's how it is when it comes to these allegations. And these narratives, they become the truth if they're left unaddressed. And shout out to Anonymous. Appreciate you for coming through. These people are Europeans from southern Germany. The real Hebrews are from the land of Cush, Africa. Ethiopia is a Greek word. All facts. And shout out to G Traco and Dark Gable coming in hot. Uh-oh. Is this the guy? Is this the guy that I think it is? No, this can't be Travion Phillips, the illest Israelite living. Shout out to Travion. Travion, I don't know how long you've been listening, but man, they speak in your language on here. Let me rewind it back just a little bit, man. Who are the real Jews, Travion? Let me know. This is my Brody right here. Let's get back into it. I rewinded it back just a little bit because we got some new people coming in, and especially my bro Travion. He be talking that talk. Let's get into it.
That forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land?
Learn how to play ball. That's what the Zionists did, except instead of a baseball team, they went to try to convince the Jews that the Jewish people are a nation, like France and like Spain. We'll get the land, that's Israel, that's our stadium. We'll get baseball bats and balls, we'll create a language. They sat down to create a language because nations need languages. You can convert to Judaism. You can't convert to a blood family. You cannot convert to a race. Judaism is a religion. That's all it is. The religion created the Jewish people. The definition of a Jewish person is somebody who is transformed by receiving the Torah.
But if it's the religious argument, then the majority of Israel identifies as not religious. So then are those people Jews or not Jews or what? And then also, by the way, I mean, Rob, if you convert to Judaism, you're eligible for birthright, I believe, right? So wait, so which one is it? Like, what exactly is the claim of Netanyahu and the state of Israel here? It's like, oh, we genetically go all the way back, therefore this is our land. It's like, okay, but that's like, so now it's like a scientific genetic claim. But like, why is it yours? Because you were there a long time ago. It's like, oh, because God promised it to you. Okay, so now it's a religious claim. So now it's like so now you have to say, Rob, that a Jewish kid from Brooklyn has more of a claim to Palestine than an Arab who's born in Palestine, who goes back 600 years.
And you said it's a mixture of religion and ethnicity, because as I noted.
Now, I don't like dude, but I mean, the way he broke that down, I mean, it's just very logical and rational, right? And pragmatic, as they would like to say, right? Yeah, I don't know. Try, and hold on, Trey. Try copying the link and going to a different browser and then pulling it up that way. But Roger says Semites are connected to a region, not a religion. White Jews aren't Semites. Palestinians, Arabs, Syrians, Persians, Iraqis are. DNA would invalidate their lineage, ancestry. Well, that could be why they don't want to take a DNA test. And like he was saying, Dave Smith was saying, okay, they're making a scientific genetic argument saying that, hey, our lineage goes way back to these biblical times. And then they turn around and then they try to make some other moral argument and say, yeah, well, you can just convert into this. And if you are one with the Torah, then you're a Jew and you have the same entitlements to the land as someone that's been there thousands of years. So someone from Brooklyn, someone from Philadelphia, if they say, you know what, I want to convert to Judaism, and they're lily white with blonde hair, blue eyes, suddenly they have more right to the land than a Palestinian Arab who's been there for centuries. Make it make sense. So yeah, like I said, Travion, try to scan the link and then open it up in a different browser.
And you agree, many of the founders, maybe the majority of the founders of modern Israel, did not believe in God at all. So they were not religious Jews. They weren't religious at all. They were atheists. They said they were atheists. I believe them. So that suggests it's ethnic. But it's also true, as you well know, because there's a famous court case about this, that ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity do not have the right of return. That was settled by the Israeli Supreme Court.
They also can't define what a Jew is. Let me just go ahead and read some of this to you. It says, this act may be cited as the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act of 2023. It is the sense of Congress that Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin in programs and activities receiving federal financial assistance. While such title does not cover discrimination based solely on religion, individuals who face discrimination based on actual or perceived shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics do not lose protection under such title for being members of a group that share a common religion. So they admit right there that while the such title does not cover discrimination based solely on religion, which is what being Jewish is a religion, that's what it is.
Well, joining us for our weekly segment, Bottom Line, is Algemeiner CEO David Efune. So, David, let's jump right in. Genetically speaking, are Jews white?
Well, Natasha, it's important to understand, firstly, the intense sensitivity that this question has for the Jewish community. And actually, it's coming up at a personally very relevant time for me. Today is the anniversary of the passing of my great-grandfather, David Weinstock, who was arrested by the Nazis in Vienna in September 1939. And he was taken to the anthropological department at the Vienna Museum of Natural History, and he was subjected to, together with 440 other Jews, to degrading tests and measurements because he was considered by the Nazis to be of an inferior race. So it really is the height of irony and insult that when Jews express concern about anti-Semitism being ignored and a blindness to anti-Semitism, they're then lumped into the white category.
I want to get Dr. Meyer's opinion on this. Classifying it as...
Now, that was a whole lot of babble. She asked him, hey, are Jews white? And he just tap danced and explained, but he never answered the question. And yes, many of them are white, not all of them. I mainly speak on America. I don't try to talk about, what's going on in other diasporas and stuff, because that will be speculation and presumption. But what can I say with certainty is 92% of American Jews identify as racially white. There's no gun to their head. There's no boogeyman. John Wick is not behind them, forcing them to check white. They identify with what they are. Racially white.
White Jew, because we know there's black Jews, How does that make you feel? How does that initially hit you when I say, if I said black and white Jewish relations?
I guess that's mostly what I deal with is in my courses is those interactions. I think again, in America, most Jews are Ashkenazic Jews who are white. Sometimes part of the problem between the two communities is that some people will take advantage of that, will use their whiteness as a way of promoting themselves, as a way of integrating themselves.
So here we have a Jew saying, hey, most Jews in America, that's where we're from. I'm America first, so that's what I'm going to talk about. He said most Jews in America are Ashkenazi, which means they're white. There's other types of Jews. And it's funny because people don't want FBAs to delineate, but Christians delineate. We're all Christians. Well, why do you delineate? Why is there Latter-day Saints? Why is there Jehovah's Witness and Pentecostal and all this stuff? If y'all all are Christian, right? Why won't y'all just hold hands and sing Kumbaya and roast marshmallows over a campfire, right? Why is there delineation amongst Jews? Mizrahi, Sephardic, Ashkenazi, Hasidic, delineation. Here you have this dude, a white Jew, saying most American Jews are white and identify as white. Many of them changed their name. We all love Marvel, right? Stan Lee. The late, great Stan Lee's name wasn't Stan Lee. He changed his name to appear more whiter. Jenny Jones, that wasn't her name. Jon Stewart, not his name. So a bunch of these people changed their name, but how could you change your name and just automatically assume the identity of a white person, right? Because a black Jew can't just change his name and then be adopted into white society. That means you have to be racially white. That's what the social construct is. What you appear to the eye. And clearly this dude is white, Ben Shapiro, Dave Smith, etc., etc. But Jews are not only white, you know what I mean? And some people say Jews are black and the Jewish people are white. But, that's another rabbit hole. But let's get into it.
It is white Jew, because we know there's black Jews, How does that make you feel? How does that initially hit you when I say, if I said black and white Jewish relations?
I guess that's mostly what I deal with is in my courses is those interactions. I think again, in America, most Jews are Ashkenazic Jews who are white. Sometimes part of the problem between the two communities is that some people will take advantage of that, will use their whiteness as a way of promoting themselves, as a way of integrating themselves into whatever community they want to be in by removing themselves and denigrating themselves from some other community.
Right.
I find that problematic.
Jewishness is categorized as whiteness.
Who's training the new guy?
Two no-show?
What do you mean he didn't show up?
Managing with Connecting would be a whole lot easier.
I'm very.
And like they said, Jewishness is categorized as whiteness, but is that the truth? Is that accurate? Or is that just the narrative that you've been socially engineered and conditioned to believe? Just like you were conditioned to believe that Christopher Columbus discovered America, even though it doesn't even make sense. Logically, rationally, you know it doesn't make sense. But like I said, if someone just repeats the lie over and over and over, repetition is the mother of learning. So if people keep repeating the lie, eventually the lie becomes truth. Not because it's actually true. It's just it's become inundated in your brain that you kind of become defeated and say, you know what, this is the truth. If I come to your house right now and you already have appliances, you already have your family pictures, you already have it styled to meet your feng shui requirements, and I come through and then I sexually assault all of the women in the house and I decapitate and castrate all the men and say, hey, nice digs, I discovered this house, right? I mean, that's what Christopher Columbus did. And then after year, you keep saying it. And then that's, that becomes the truth, allegedly. Same thing that they try to do with Egypt, which was called Kemet. And y'all can look up the translation of what Kemet means. And now they want to try to give the credit. Oh, it wasn't those blacks. We was kings and shit. Like, so they try to give credit to some Arab invaders who invaded well after the pyramids was built. And there's actually more pyramids on this side of the globe than in ancient Africa. That's a whole nother story. But this doesn't even take rocket science. You don't even have to be a historian. Just look up, when were the pyramids built? And then after that, look up, when did the Arabs invade? So if the Arabs invaded after the pyramids were built, how the fuck would they have built them? Like I said, you don't have to be a historian or an Egyptologist to figure this out.
Of an inferior race. So it really is the height of irony and insult that when Jews express concern about anti-Semitism being ignored and a blindness to anti-Semitism, they're then lumped into the white category.
I want to get Dr. Meyer's opinion on this. Classifying it as white Jew, because we know there's black Jews, How does that make you feel? How does that initially hit you when I say, if I said black and white Jewish relations?
I guess that's mostly what I deal with is in my courses is those interactions. I think, again, in America, most Jews are Ashkenazic Jews who are white. Sometimes part of the problem between the two communities is that some people will take advantage of that, will use their whiteness as a way of promoting themselves, as a way of integrating themselves into whatever community they want to be in by removing themselves and denigrating themselves from some other community.
Right.
I find that problematic.
Jewishness is categorized as whiteness.
I'm very confused. So that would suggest it's not ethnicity, because you invalidate your Jewishness by converting to Christianity?
There are a number of Messianic Jews who live in Israel. Who are here.
I'm aware of that
number.
But you're not contesting what I'm saying, because it's a very famous court case.
The right of return has to do with your mother, your grandmother. It has to do with family ties.
It's ethnic.
There's a lot of, sure, ethnicity is a big part of the right of return.
Great.
To make aliyah, to come to Israel, to live here.
Then if both of your parents are Jewish and you have an ethnic right to the land, you are one of Abram's descendants, but you convert to Christianity. How is it you don't have the right to return? I'm totally confused.
But I know a number of people who have returned as Christians, but have Jewish history.
Are you
Jewish
saying that Jews who convert to Christianity have a right, a legal right to return? Because I
know that they do. Whether, when you say, do they have a right to return? Do they prove?
It's a legal category, as in any government.
Which is by their family history, their grandmother, their mother, and there are many aspects of that.
I've read it. I think,
but I know that these are people who are Christian, and they came here, made Aliyah. They had Jewish blood, Jewish history. They were Christian, Messianic, but they came here, and they were welcomed here.
And they were given full legal rights.
Absolutely.
And a passport.
Yeah.
So clearly, it's not true that you invalidate your right of return by converting to Christianity. That's just false.
I'm not aware of that. I know that there are a number of Christians here. I go to church with Christians every week here.
Of course.
And
but
there's
do you have a right to come and say, I am an ethnic Jew, even though I practice Christianity, therefore I have every bit as much right to move into a settlement in the West Bank or into East Jerusalem or anywhere I want, Galilee, anywhere, because I'm returning to the land of my forefathers. I have a legal right in the state of Israel, even though I've converted to Christianity. You're saying that's true?
I'm saying I know people who've done it. Now, can I tell you what the law specifically is? I'm not sure.
Well, it's really
I'm a Christian. I don't have any Jewish roots, so therefore I cannot quote you the law. If you want me to do that, I'll look at it.
Well, it really matters because you're saying, in fact, people in the United States are being called anti-Semites, a lot of them, including me, because they somehow don't believe that Israel has a right to this land.
Do you think Israel has a right to this land?
No, you haven't defined what the land is, and you haven't defined who Israel is. So I really don't know.
It is the land they're living in now, the borders that they have.
The borders are moving. The borders have moved in the last year.
I always say you can't manage what you can't see. Monday.com shows you the full picture like that.
I just had a rabbi give me an analogy. He said, look, imagine you left your home and then someone came and occupied it and then you try to get it back and then they went to the judge. Have you heard some of these analogies? Maybe you can.
Yeah, that's assuming that, that's taking it into a place which I don't usually go. That's making the assumption that today's Jews are really the descendants of the ancient Hebrews that used to live in that part of the world some 3,000 years ago.
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So Travion, I'm not sure what the issue is. I had already sent it to you as well. So just try that link. But Dark Gable says they weaponized smallpox to lower our numbers in those times. People would avoid you if they thought you were sickly. Smallpox, yellow fever, and another thing that doesn't get talked about as well, the slaughter of those buffalo. Over at the minimum, it was like they killed like over 1 million something buffaloes. And they said overall in the 1880s, the bison population had collapsed from 60 to 70 million to only a few thousand. And most of it was from commercial hide hunting, which, they were using, selling buffalo hides. That was really profitable. That's the capitalism at work. Also, the railroad expansion, which basically, hunters were shooting buffaloes from trains. Then they had a military and political strategy where they encouraged them to destroy as many buffaloes as possible because they want to force, the natives onto reservations by eliminating their food, shelter, and economic base as well. You know what I mean? So, people will use those hides to make clothing, make weaponry as well. And on top of that, it was a food source. So, it was a strategy. Hey, let's starve them out. And they killed millions and millions of buffaloes.
Why don't we do genetic testing on everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that.
He said, why can't we just do DNA testing, right? We want to figure out who exactly are Abram's descendants? Shouldn't be an issue, right? You are the chosen people. God has promised you the land. Okay, cool. I ain't even gonna hold you. Trust but verify, right? So look, this ain't just to trust me, bro. Okay, cool. I do trust you, bro, but I just want to verify, right? Right now, if you see somebody and y'all, hey, like here, I want to buy this, right? And once you exchange, if they give you 100, you know what I mean? Or if they give you a 20, you know, you still gonna look and verify the bill. Like, does it feel right? You may have to put it up and look to the sun. You trust, but you're still going through a verification process. So you guys say that you're the chosen people, right? It should be easy for them to prove that, right? Just one little prick, you know, in the arm, and we'll have that DNA, and voila, you can prove that you are the chosen people from God. Why wouldn't you want that definitive proof? That's like the ultimate cosign of cosigns, right? Doesn't make any sense. So politicians want to get endorsements from celebrities, but y'all won't get an endorsement from God. If y'all pull out the DNA test, bada boom, bada bam, look, I am the chosen people, right? This was preordained. Why won't they do that, right? No, you were a select chosen few from Europe that immigrated into the land that's now called Israel. I don't think God had anything to do with that.
That today's Jews are really the descendants of the ancient Hebrews that used to live in that part of the world some 3,000 years ago.
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do genetic testing on everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that. Why don't we do that? Would you be against doing that?
And we do have DNA tests, which, by the way, are banned in Israel. You're not allowed to get DNA tests in Israel.
Ladies and gentlemen, my DNA. Now, I bet you thought it was going to be a lot crazier than that, right? Now, you might ask yourself, why is it illegal to obtain this in the state of Israel? Because it proves through your DNA that Jews around the world have no ancestral ties to the land of Israel. But according to Israeli law, the fact that I have Jewish blood gives me more right to somebody's home and land in the land of Palestine than somebody that has been there for hundreds of years. Doesn't make sense.
This TikTok caused a storm online, with many debating what his results, which show no trace of being from Palestine or the Middle East, despite being Jewish, mean.
There are Ashkenazi Jews who are entirely European in their DNA. That's why you're not allowed to have a DNA test in Israel, because it will reveal that virtually none of them are Semitic, virtually none of them have any ancestral connection to the land. I was viciously assaulted by a manager in the BBC who had recently converted to Judaism. It's fine. I love all religions. But you can't say I've now converted to Judaism and therefore I have a right to go to the land of Palestine and live in the house of someone whose ancestors have been living in it for thousands of years.
I have no idea what that would prove. I mean, really? Maybe it would be.
What do you mean? It would prove who Abram's descendants are and who has a right to live here and who doesn't, according.
You've got to be kidding me. Tucker is over here asking him like, hey, look, bruh, I ain't gonna hold y'all. Y'all saying that y'all are the Abraham's direct descendants. How about y'all just take a DNA test and that will put all this stuff to bed. Y'all can stop calling people anti-Semitic. This will confirm that y'all the chosen people. And here you have them. Oh, well, I don't really know what that would prove. Huh? It would prove that you are who you say you are. And before I proceed, we've been joined by an illustrious guest, Travion. Is that really you? Are you there, Travion? Okay, well, I'll wait for Travion. I actually want to pull one more video up too, because people like to play these games and act confused Hold on. Give me one moment. Just give me 1 second, y'all. And to all the people that just came in, I appreciate y'all. Hit your boy with a like. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. I'm looking for this video. I have one more video to pull up. Is that this right here? Okay, hold on. Yeah, just bear with me, guys. I wanted to bring this up because it's relevant to what we're talking about. Okay. And it looks like we got Johnson different. So let me play this real quick because this is Ben Shapiro right here. And Ben
can you hear
Shapiro
me?
is at the, yeah, just
Okay,
just
I'm gonna mute up. Yeah, I'm gonna mute up.
okay, for sure. So let me just play this video real quick and then we gonna get back into it, and then I'm gonna let Travion chime in because I know he gonna come in hot and have a lot to say. So this video is from it's a clip from a full video that is on this bigoted channel, this Jubilee channel. They always have a bunch of stooges on there, but this is this girl on here, this kind of woke warrior princess, and she's going to be challenging Ben Shapiro. So I'm gonna play this and then I'm gonna get back into the video because this kind of goes into what we're talking about when people like one of the Jewish people said, when people say Jewish, it now is synonymous with whiteness, but you know, that's not necessarily historically accurate. But if you tell a lie long enough,
Jewish population.
did you see how he snuck that in there? He said Jews are overrepresented in Congress. So he's okay with his group being overrepresented. But if it's another group, that's DEI, that's affirmative action and CRT. Huh? They said Jews are what, 2, 3, maybe 4% of the population, but they're what, 50+% of Congress, you know, allegedly. I'm just throwing out a number right there. They may not be 50%, but it's disproportionate to those numbers, right? So when you look at black people, right, allegedly 13%, it's clearly not 13% of black representation in Congress. And people are okay with that. They're like, hey, well, just because y'all 13%, you can't expect to have an equal number of representation commiserate with your population size. Fine, we don't expect that, but somehow Jews should expect to be overrepresented as CEOs, overrepresented in Fortune 500 companies, overrepresented in all sorts of legislation, goodie giveaways, and preferential treatment and stuff like that. So this dude, Ben Shapiro, is really not that bright. He just talks fast in this kind of nasally Alvin and the Chipmunk voice, you know, wearing the little small hat to, you know, as his shield. So you can't really criticize this dude. He built his whole reputation on being anti-black. And then many of the white nationalist heritage Americans, moronic MAGA maniacs, is now they're having buyer's remorse. See, because Ben Shapiro was out there funding all these anti-black projects. They, you know, they were on his side. Now these same people are saying it's the Jews. No, it's just another white Jewish dude. Yeah, he was part of the team when he was out there, you know, caping for people that was calling us niggers, rewriting history, saying that slavery wasn't that bad because they learned skills. This is the Daily Wire and PragerU teaching this stuff, but they want you to never forget the Holocaust. Slavery happened for hundreds and hundreds of years. After that, Jim Crow, redlining, debt peeing, and sharecropping, mass incarceration, eminent domain, and I can go on and on and on. This wasn't happening to his people. Many of his people were the main people perpetuating blackface and redlining and all this other type of stuff. So people like Ben Shapiro and the people that follow him are pathetic and grotesque. Bro, hey, Benny boy.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You can't be serious. She's asking him a clear question like, so are you acting like you're not white? Well, it depends on who you're asking. She's asking you. She's asking you, are you white? Well, sometimes Jews are grouped with white and sometimes they're not. Yeah, because Jewish is not a race. There's no fucking race called Jewish. This shit is really pathetic, and this is supposed to be the high IQs. Is this the best the high IQs have to offer? Let me finish this clip out because, I'm getting a little queasy listening to this bozo.
With Jews who are
It's a religion.
We do. Okay.
You do.
So, I mean, it depends according to whom.
You see how he just pivoted from him leaning into him being white? See, they'll say how proud they are with the to be a Jewish person, right? And yes, John, he is wearing this small hat as the shield, right? This is like, super Zionist or Zionist man, right? And they always tiptoe and tap dance. So when you're in this conversation with them, get them to bring it back to race, right? Okay, fine. Your religion, Judaism. Sometimes they say Judeo-Christian, right? Which is idiotic and a misnomer, but okay, fine. It is what it is, right? Fine. I got your religion because we're in the information age. I want to be as accurate as possible. So fine. Your ethnicity, Jewish, check. Religion, Judaism, check. Now, what is your race? Well, I'm grouped with Jews. Yeah, but we already established that there's no race called Jew. So again, let me ask you, what is your race? Well, sometimes it's grouped with this and sometimes it's grouped with that. Yeah, bro, what the fuck is your race? Like, this is not an SAT question, right? So this is where it just gets extremely pathetic and disingenuous and detestable, because if he's willing to lie about his race when you can clearly see what he is, what else is he lying? So hold on, let me go ahead and just pull this one down, because I think what happened is that I think Jubilee does like copyrights. So I'm gonna go ahead and just pull up this other one and still keep it rocking. It should come back. It should come back.
Theology that you yourself just explained. And so I'm very confused as to why we don't do that. If you believe the theology that you've just explained to me,
would we do that all over the world?
Well,
and everybody
this is the only country in the world that you've said has this covenant with God, that this people have a moral and legal right to the land.
What about people who convert to Judaism? Would they have a right?
Well, you've just said.
I mean,
that
there are
it's not
converts to Judaism, so
you just told
they
me
can make Aliyah. They may not have.
You've just
DNA.
told me that it doesn't matter. You told me moments ago, trying to keep track, that it doesn't matter whether or not you believe in God or whether or not you practice Torah Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism, which is something else that I don't even know.
Yeah, the Rabbinic Judaism. What the fuck are they even talking about? I'm going to let Travion get in here because, I just wanted to play that little clip. But like Jubilee, they try to do they hit hard with the copyright strikes. And especially as Ben Shapiro, he's one of the Zionist big dogs. And I'm over here exposing that there's no race called Jewish, even though this should be common sense. You notice how they will always let black people, they'll have these fight streams. They letting people get called niggers and all this other stuff, and they won't kill the stream. But you play and point out their hypocrisy, and then suddenly they try to kill the stream. My channel is already shadow banned and shit. I don't even got 1,000 subs, bro, and my channel is already shadow banned. But I guess when you have topics and you talk about it's the Jews, then unfortunately, you know what I mean. So that's why y'all gotta support me, man. Hit the like button, tell a friend to tell a friend, hit your boy on the Cash App super chat. Y'all could be anywhere in the world. You chose to be here with me. And for that, I thank you. Travion, you in the building or what?
Power to the people back again to do maintenance. Kwame Asharala. What's good?
That's why I was like, is that really the guy or what? So before
it is I says me.
That's what I was like. I was about to have to hit you. I was like, Travion. but after and shout out to G Traco, I appreciate you subscribing. But before we get back into the video, was there something that stood out that you heard that you want to address? And also, real quick, Johnson Different and FBA Strong. If either of y'all want to come up, just let me know. And on top of that, I'm gonna be rocking out for a little bit. I got time tonight, so this is gonna be a late night vamp stream because I still got 2 more things that I want to touch on. But I really want to drag this out because this is a taboo topic and people are just afraid of it. But go ahead, Travion. Was there anything specific you want to?
Yeah, so Tucker Carlson is on point with where he's going right now. The only problem is so for one, the Ashkenazi that is over there, they are Khazars. They are from the Khazarian Empire, which is found in the area of Ukraine. Second off, the Palestinians that we know today are Shemitic people that are claiming to be Canaanite. Right? So Palestine or the Philistines were Canaanites, right? But the Palestinians that are over there today are Shemitic people, right? So both of them are confused. Moving on from that, okay, so when it comes to the topic of the small hats, I could start with Bible prophecy. Especially seeing how we're on the brink of, or I can't even say we're on the brink of World War III. It's already cracked off. But getting a DNA test would definitely prove that they're not the people. But you don't even need a DNA test to prove that. Bible prophecy itself, there's numerous Bible prophecies that tell you that they are not the people. For one, there is a Bible prophecy that is in scripture that says verbatim that the Israelites will not go back into the land until the return of the Messiah, right? Well, the Messiah has not returned yet, so what the hell are they doing over there, right? That's one.
This is what he was saying. No, and I'm just laying out the argument so you can debunk them or agree with them. So what they saying is that since they were exiled, they were scattered all over parts of Asia and various parts. So now they're just coming back to fulfill the prophecy that said the land was rightfully theirs.
You mean the Balfour Declaration, which the British are the white people that put those Khazarians in the land of Israel, or what we consider Palestine today. Basically they're like I said, we go to Bible prophecy. There's numerous Bible prophecies that tell you that they're not the people, right? On top of it saying that the Israelites, the real Israelites, will not go back into the land until the return of the Messiah, it also says that there will be no peace in that land until the real Israelites are restored back to that land, right? On top of that, if you go research somewhere around 1950 to maybe 1955, the Arabs or the Muslims at that time declared that there will never be no peace in that land, and they can never accept those people that call themselves Israeli today as the people because and I quote, they can't accept them because the Israelites left black and came back white. Food for thought. But
yeah, let me play some more of this video because I think it's actually going to touch into some of what you're saying. So I'm gonna play the video and then I'll stop it and I'll let you cook again. Like I said, I'm gonna be here for a strong time and a long time tonight.
I don't even know what that means, but it doesn't matter whether you're, quote, a religious Jew or not. What matters is that you are part of the Jewish people to whom God gave this land that extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. And so if you believe that, wouldn't you want to know with a burning passion who those people are? And because of science, we can now know who those people are. So why aren't we finding out?
If your resume looks like this, you're not getting hired. This layout, no structure, no order, it's just too chaotic.
I guess you could propose a DNA test for everybody who comes here, everybody who lives here. But the point
I'm comfortable with secular nation states where it's none of this is done on the basis of blood. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'll just say that.
But there are people who may not have bloodlines, but who have converted to Judaism. Are they going to be able to live here? Are you going to kick them out?
By your standards, they can't live here. Because you just told me that they have a right to live here because God gave them the land because they're the descendants of Abraham.
They're the descendants of Abraham. But if they're the spiritual descendants of Abraham and they've now decided that they're converting to Judaism.
Hold on. See, listen to this shit. First he said, okay, it's because you are from this bloodline. Now he's saying if they're spiritual descendants. What the fuck is he talking about? I mean, I'm being rhetorical and facetious with this, but I get what he's saying, bro, because these are the imposters and the propaganda. But
it's funny because the Bible literally tells you that they converted, and it gives you the time. You can research history and everything.
Who is the they you're referring to?
The small hats. And I wanted to add on top of that, the Sephardic and all these different type of Jews. Okay, you can only be a Jew if you're from the tribe of Judah, right? So a Sephardic Jew in a Mizraim or whatever, Ashkenazi or whatever, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. You got all these different people types that are claiming that they're Jew, but none of them can tell you. They all claim that they're from the tribe of Judah. Okay, the tribe of Judah consisted of the tribe of Judah, but the kingdom of Judah, which was the southern kingdom, was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, which happened to be the darker peoples out of the 12 tribes, right? Which are believed today to be Judah is the American blacks, which on a political level, which is FBA. If you're a descendant of chattel slavery, or you're a freedman, that would by right, even if you don't believe, it would make you an Israelite by blood, meaning that your ancestors, meaning that your ancestors made the covenant with the Most High and broke it. That's why we went into captivity. 1619 to 2019 is the 400 years in Deuteronomy that the Bible said we would go into captivity into Egypt by way of ships, right? Coincidentally, 2019 was the end of the captivity, right? But what happened in 2019? COVID, a plague.
I was gonna say a pandemic.
Oh yeah, okay, right. Now we're gonna go back into biblical history, right? When the Israelites were in Egypt the first time, and the Pharaoh was there, Moses kept telling him, Pharaoh, let my people go. Pharaoh, let my people go. God had to harden the Pharaoh's heart. Now, what happened when he refused to let the people go is pandemics, plagues, and all type of stuff came upon the Egyptians, right? So it's prophetic that at the end of our captivity, there was a plague in 2019, just like there were plagues and pandemics back in Egypt way back when, right? Those people do not line up with scripture, prophecy, archaeology, or etymology, right? 70 AD is when the Israelites or the tribe of Judah was ran out of Jerusalem in 70 AD by the Romans, right? Now the scripture says that the Israelites fled down into what is known as West Africa, right? And the Romans could not tell the Israelites apart from the Africans that were already in the land, right? So the only way that they would not been able to tell the Israelites apart from the other Africans that were already in the land is if they were the same color, which means that the Israelites weren't white. The Romans were white, right? So So when and then on top of it, like I seen the video. I watched it a few days ago. Matter of fact, I watched it more than once or whatever. But Benjamin, not a Jew, is he's really not a Jew. He's like from Denmark and all these other places and stuff. And then he changed his name. He changed his name to sound more. Yeah, he changed his name to sound more Middle Eastern. The Middle East is not even a real place. It's Northeast Africa. Right? So what they did is they switched up everything. They lied to us and they made sure we fell asleep so that we didn't know who we were. Hence the reason why in slavery times, coming out of slavery, we wasn't allowed to read, because if we was allowed to read, we would wake up and know who the hell we are. And once we wake up, enough of us wake up as to equivalent a nation of people, then they lose their control. They lose their power.
And just let me add to scholarship. Benjamin Netanyahu, his real name is Benjamin Melikowski. That's what his name is. So he changed it to Netanyahu, or like you said, I call him Netanyahu, but I do like Benjamin, not a Jew. Right?
Well, yeah, he definitely Benjamin, not a Jew, because the chosen people of God were given a certain skin type that makes them compatible with the land and the earth and nature, right? Those people over there share the same phenotype as the Caucasoid, which makes them prone to skin cancer and everything and stuff like that, right? So this whole white supremacy thing is like really, really crazy to me, because not only did they lie to steal our identity and who we are and nationality. But the thing on top of that is all the, like, you could go back to Putin. Putin, that's my nigga. And the reason why I say that's my nigga is because he opened up them old church vaults and showed them ancient paintings from the 1st century. And all of the hold on real quick. Gotta grab my stuff.
All right, while you grabbing your stuff,
I'm done. I'm done. I'm grabbing it right now. I'm done. Take care. Yeah. So when they stole our identity and stuff like that or whatever, because we went through multiple captivities and stuff like that, we weren't able to speak up and claim who we are, because we were given all type of names and we were called bywords and all type of stuff like that or whatever, right? So we went from being nigger, Negro, Afro-American, African-American, but we were never called Israelites. We were called color. But see, the scripture literally says all these things. The scripture literally says that these things would happen to us, right? We would lose knowledge of self. Those whatever the hell they are over there, they claim out of their own mouth, out of their lying serpent tongue, they claim that they never lost their knowledge of who they are. They always knew who they were, right? So that means that they don't line up with any of the prophecies prophetically to prove who they are. We know. See, the thing about it is, before we was even waking up as a people to the knowledge of self of who we are right now, before we even woke up to who we are right now, we always, to some degree, was always told that our people was in slavery in Egypt. We were the ones that built the pyramids, right? We was told this a long, long time ago, but nobody really was putting 2 and 2 together, right? But common sense tell you, if we were the ones that were enslaved in Egypt and we were the ones that built the pyramids, that would mean by default, we would be the Israelites of the Bible, the descendants of the Israelites of the Bible, right? So those people over there, they know that they're not the people, right? But coincidentally, this war that is going on right now is very prophetic, because not only are we coming up upon a time which is called the end of days, Armageddon and all that type of stuff or whatever, right? But it literally says the war with Iran, which is Persia, America's going to lose that war. What's going on in Israel right now? I don't know if you've been paying attention, but Benjamin, not a Jew, his house got blown the fuck up. One of his houses over there in Israel got blown the fuck up. They told him straight the fuck. They said, we know where your house is. And they blew that motherfucker up. You get what I'm saying? So all the things that's going on right now is just very, very prophetic in the sense that we're waking up to who we are. And the thing about us being Israelites, it's not a religion for us, right? The Bible is a religious book for everybody that isn't an Israelite. Is that making sense to you, what I just said? Hello?
Yeah, no, it is. My bad.
Okay.
I'm just kind of, yeah.
No. I just didn't want to like keep going and people weren't following me. Okay, so go ahead.
No, hold on. Let me just get to the chat. I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video, and I'm gonna let you cook. Because
I'm gonna mute up.
The people is coming in hot. But just respond to this before I play more of the video. King Zion says, Jew is a religion, Hebrew is a bloodline. The first church was in Africa, older than the Roman church. Just reply to that. And
I have to stop you right there, because your first mistake was saying that Hebrew is a bloodline. Hebrew is a language.
Speak on it.
Hold on.
Let me tell you for you. Technically, it is, because that's what Tucker Carlson was saying, that the Hebrew was a dead language, like no one was using that. People have moved on to other different dialects, and he said that the people that they call the small hat, they resurrected it because they, believed.
Well, what they speak isn't even real. What they speak isn't even real Hebrew. It's Yiddish.
I was going to say.
So, so they're not they made up something because they got put in the land. They're trying to be us. So like the funny thing about it is, we already know that black people in America, we are the ones that create language, we create swag, we have the sauce, right? So the Israeli, what they do is they No, I'm sorry. Yeah, so what they do is they try to emulate everything that we do or whatever, right? The only thing they're good at is stealing, right? So I'm on the YouTube. The only thing they're good at is stealing or whatever. But I don't know if you're a brother or you're a other. I don't know. But you said Hebrew was a race. Yeah, he said Hebrew was a race, which proves that you're not qualified to speak on such matters. But because the white man could actually be a Hebrew as well, right? And why do I say that? Because Esau was the brother of Jacob, right? So if Jacob was a Hebrew Israelite, right? If he was a Hebrew Israelite, that would have made Esau a Hebrew as well. He just wasn't an Israelite because he don't descend from Jacob. But like I was saying, everything that's going on right now, it's funny because I don't want to like skip around and stuff like that. But we just had a blood red moon a few days ago, right?
Yeah, I missed that. I just heard about it. I missed it.
Okay, well, the funny thing about it is, the Most High works in mysterious ways, and I love him for it or whatever. But Most High was giving me a download before the blood red moon had happened, right? And what had got revealed to me is that and I had got confirmation right after I had got the revelation, right? So 6,000 years is the control that the devil, or better yet, Esau, has had on the earth from 6,000 years till now, right? What I'm saying is that blood red moon didn't just represent the wars that is going on right now, but what it represented, and a lot of people probably didn't catch it, but what it represented is the for you Christian, you Sunday worshiping Christians out there that believe that you are saved by grace, that blood red moon that just happened, I don't know if you want to hear it or not, but the age of grace, that door has closed, right? So you basically SOL. You got to go through it to get to it now, right? Now, the good thing about it is everybody that's an Israelite, now I'm not saying that just because you're an Israelite, you're going to make it into heaven. You still have to do the work, right? But the prerequisite is that you come from the bloodline, right? So everybody that is Gentile, or how the Khazarians like to say, the Goyim, or whatever you mean, meaning non-Israelite or non-Jew or whatever, they all have to go through, like, see, our curses got lifted. 2019, it was over, right? What they're not telling you right now, and this is the reason why all the mass hysteria is going on with all the other races or nationalities, the other nations of people or whatever, right? Because they partaked in Psalms 83, right? And so they came over to these lands. You as well as I know that in the 50s, in the 60s, our ancestors were the ones that were fighting for our rights and stuff like that, right? They try to lie to us and tell us that our ancestors were fighting for the rights of everybody in America, right? Which doesn't make a lick of damn sense, because everybody wasn't even here. We were the only ones going through it. There were some Hispanics that were here, but just like the movie Sinners, where they didn't get any airplay in the movie, is because they was not here. You get what I'm saying? So when people say, "Oh, we were fighting for the rights of everybody," that's a goddamn lie. You can't fight for everybody when everybody wasn't even here on the land, right? So where I'm going with this? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, let me just play a little bit more of the video, because I do want to kind of get through this video, because I got a couple other topics that I got to get into as well. But I'm gonna still pause and let you cook, though.
No, you good. I'm gonna put it on mute.
Have a right to live in Israel?
Well, there's a whole legal literature in Israel on that question. To whom God gave this land that extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. And so if you believe that, wouldn't you want to know with a burning passion who those people are? And because of science, we can now know who those people are. So why aren't we finding out?
I guess you could propose a DNA test for everybody who comes here, everybody who lives here. But the point
I'm comfortable with secular nation states where none of this is done on the basis of blood. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'll just say that.
But there are people who may not have bloodlines, but who have converted to Judaism. Are they going to be able to live here? Are you going to kick them out?
By your standards, they can't live here. Because you just told me that they have a right to live here because God gave them the land, because they're the descendants of Abram.
They're the descendants of Abraham. But if they're the spiritual descendants of Abraham and they've now decided that they're converting to Judaism, then do they have a right to live in Israel?
Well, there's a whole legal literature in Israel on that question. And my understanding is that certain types of modern Judaism qualify a person and other types don't. Is that your understanding? I don't believe that people converted, and I could have this wrong, but I know people who've faced this personally, people. I don't believe people who've converted in a Reform synagogue have the right of return. I don't think that is, because I know people who've married into Jewish families and they find out they don't have the right of return. So that is perplexing to me.
Yeah, I know, my experience is a little different than yours. I know people who have definite Jewish connections, family relations, but now they're Christian. Some are not necessarily practicing Jews. They're not, they're more secular Jews, as you've discussed, but they come back here.
Okay, I'm not against that. I'm just wondering, since you began this conversation by asking me, did I think they had a right to come here?
Yeah, that's
and
what
my question was, on what basis do they have the right?
Yeah.
And you said because God granted it to them.
And I also said because that there should be a land where Jews can live in peace and safety.
And I asked you what a Jew was, and you couldn't answer it. You said it partly is religious, but doesn't have to be. It's partly genetic, but it doesn't have to be. And so that you can see why I'm confused.
I think I was very clear that being Jewish is an identification either through blood or through faith that you're Jewish. It may be that you're a blood Jew, but you don't necessarily practice Judaism, just like there are people who say they're Christian, but they don't do a thing to demonstrate what Christian
There are a lot of
means.
bad Christians, including me some of the time, a lot of the time. But I don't have a right.
He said you may be a blood Jew, but you don't practice Judaism. What? There's no fucking blood Christians. What is this dude talking about, bruh? This shit is wild.
Jewish is an identification either through blood or through faith that you're Jewish. It may be that you're a blood Jew, but you don't necessarily practice Judaism, just like there are people who say they're Christian, but they don't do a thing to demonstrate what Christian.
There are a lot of bad Christians, including me some of the time, a lot of the time.
Can I say something real quick?
Right to real estate on the basis.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So since they said something about being a Christian or whatever, right? You remember back in the day, everybody used to have those little rubber wristbands that said, "What would Jesus do?" WWJD.
Correct.
Right. Okay. What it means to be a Christian is to be a what? What it means to be a Christian is to be a follower of Christ, right? Christ was not a Christian. He was the Messiah. He was the Savior, right? The only way you can be a follower of Christ is if you were doing what Jesus did, right? Which means you wouldn't be going to church on Sunday. You wouldn't be you wouldn't be reading out of 66 books. You'd be reading out of all of the books, right? And you'd be keeping the law, which is 613 commandments, right? So when a person says that they're a Christian, you're the farthest thing from a Christian. You'll say you're a Christian, and then the thing about it is, what the hell is a spiritual Israelite? The Bible, all throughout the Bible, it talks about bloodline, right?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. This dude said that you can spiritually, he said it's both. It can go by the bloodline, but then spiritually as well. So that's going off vibes and stuff. If you like a dude and say, this my best friend, we grew up together, spiritually, bro, you're just like me, and he can convert to your bloodline based off friendship and spirituality. This shit don't even make sense.
No, they not like us. They lack melanin, which means they lack the connection to the source, right? So we naturally, whether we decide to tap into it or not, we naturally possess the ability to manifest, right? Now, if you're in positive vibes, a positive mindset, or you're in a negative mindset, that tends to be what you manifest or whatever, right? The Esau, which would be considered the white man, and then everybody that decided to partake in Psalms 83, which means everybody that came over here that we know is not a white man or white woman, but when they got to America, they were able to have the title on paper saying that they're white, so that they have the complexion for the protection, basically, or whatever, right? It's bullshit, and everything is about to change really, really soon. I don't know.
Hold on real quick, Trey, because Archibald really wanted you to respond to this because he left his comment a couple times.
Okay, I can't even see none of it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna read it off. But he says the Levantine people are Jews, which includes Sephardic, Ashkenazi, and other lesser known areas in Africa and Asia, Lebanese, Syrians, Jordanians, Palestinians, and other ethnic groups. I don't know exactly what he wanted you to respond to. If you just,
to be honest with you, like, I don't even think it deserves a response, because it's just more of the same bullshit. It's just more of the same bullshit. Like you're mentioning all these people that never was in the captivities. None of the curses fell on none of these people that you're talking about. So how would they be an Israelite?
He's saying the Levantine people were, though.
Okay. So the scripture says that the majority of the Israelites today would be in the Americas. Where's the Levantine people? That's what I thought. But like I was saying, the curses that fell on us for breaking God's laws and commandments or whatever, you only find these curses on a specific people on the earth. Coincidentally, the Holocaust you won't find nowhere in Scripture, but you know what you will find? You'll find the transatlantic slave trade in Deuteronomy.
Okay, so he responded. He said the Levantines are the Jews. And he said, and other ethnic groups. And then King of Zion says the tribe of Levi is African, the only ones that Levi and touch the ark. But let me play some more of the video.
Wait. Let me say one thing since you brought up Levi. Okay, the tribe of Levi is where Moses was from. Moses was from the tribe of Levi. If Moses was walking the earth today, he'd be Kodak Black. Haitian. So I don't know what he's talking about the tribe. Honestly, I think that he's a Constantine Christian or something like that or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like whatever it is that his ideology is, it's not based in truth. In fact, everybody that claims that they're a Jew today, they're not Jews. He named all these different people, but I just got through saying about 10 minutes ago, maybe, that a Jew is from the tribe of Judah. So you can't call yourself a Jew unless you're from the tribe of Judah. So when he named all these different people, he named all these different people types, and there's no way in hell you're going to convince me that all those same people that you just named all come from the tribe of Judah, which is the son of Jacob, Judah. There's no way. It just doesn't make sense. He would have been better off saying that they're from a different tribe out of the 12, but I don't even believe that. You get what I'm saying? Like it fell flat. But you probably might want to do some more research or whatever, right? Because, like I said, the last captivity that we just came out of or whatever, 1619 to 2019 or whatever, all those people that you just named have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is biblically correct. What you're talking about is the Khazarian Empire. You're talking about all those people. Like that's why I was trying to say the Palestinians are really Shemitic people, but they're claiming that they're Palestinian, which means they're Philistine, right? Which would make them Canaanites. The real Canaanites are the Sudanese people, right? The Egyptians today would be those tall ass Manuk Bowl looking motherfuckers. When you look at the hieroglyphs and they got them tall ass niggas and shit, they literally match up perfectly to the Sudanese. Migration happened, but nobody wants to talk about that. Everybody wants to sit here and focus on the quote unquote small hat and all his cohorts and stuff like that or whatever. But in reality, like I said, why is Putin acknowledging who the real Israelites are, and he's opening up vaults which have the oldest paintings, the earliest paintings from the what was it, the 1st century or the 2nd century? You get what I'm saying? Like all of the saints in the Bible, they're depicted as black in those paintings. I rest my case.
If you're talking about a specific parcel, but if you're talking about a land, I think what we're talking about is
that's all. All I'm saying.
And there was a designation to the family of nations of the world that there would be a Jewish homeland. Let's get to that point, because I think you've taken us on several trails here, and I'm not sure we can follow them all. But is there a reason that the Jewish people that represent, and I want to get back to this because you didn't let me finish a while ago, they represent 0.2% of the world's population. In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total. And 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida and a few other places.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people. They have connection to this land. Historically, biblically,
Do they?
yes, they do.
If B-Eazy's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived.
Just that question that Tucker asks, do they? That's considered anti-Semitic. You're not even supposed to question, right? So when we talk about our historical claim to a particular land, it's always scrutinized. Here, man, you got to prove it. But when it comes to this demographic, it's just, this is the epitome of trust me, bro.
They have connection to this land. Historically, biblically,
do they?
Yes, they do.
If B-Eazy's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense?
But
How do we know that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
And this where answer has been great. Every single experience we had, we never had an issue.
When I show you what I'm about to show you, your mind will be blown. You're going to be blindsided. Every single Israeli prime minister has a fake name. Did you know that? I was just talking about Ben Gurion. Do you know what his original name is? It's Gruen, Gruen. He changed it to make it sound more Jewish and sound more Middle Eastern. Do you know what Netanyahu's real name is? It's not Netanyahu, it's Milkovsky.
This story begins in October 1949, 1 year after Israel's formation. This is when Netanyahu was born, the second child of a historian. His paternal grandfather was a rabbi and a Zionist writer. His name was Nathan Milikowski. Later in life, he Hebraized his surname from Milikowski to Netanyahu, a name which means God has given.
This is Yair Netanyahu's DNA test that has been leaked. You can see right there, his Y DNA is RM198. Descendants of RM198 come from Poland, Russia, Germany, and other European countries. Does this look Semitic to you? Does this look Middle Eastern?
Maybe you will ask, who is Mr. Milikowski? I did ask, and you told me, but I didn't know before. He is Benjamin Netanyahu. This is the real name. Prime Minister or President of Israel. A colonial settler state of Israel.
I swear to God, go and look it up. You'll find Milkovsky. That's his real name. These are, remember what Israelis are. Israelis are European Jews. They don't come from Palestine, but they want you to make you believe. They want to make believe and make you believe that they come from this area, that they are indigenous to the land, that they're so Jewish, right? Even though they have no connection. So they change the names.
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
so how do we know that he has any connection to this land at all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the Bible, the land.
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to be here?
Very much speaks the language. He has fought for the land. His family has fought for the land.
Dodging a very obvious question, which is, where does this right come from? And the reason it's meaningful is because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European.
The Jews who were brought in Israel, most of them are white. Not most of them, almost all of them are white, including me. I was brought in Israel from a country which is called Bulgaria. It's a European country. And I can tell you that in every European country, there are Jews, and there is so-called organization, Jewish Agency, which is trying to take those Jews to Israel. If you track this organization, you can find out that this is not an Israeli organization. This is an American organization. Jewish Agency is an American organization which has the exclusive right to decide who is Jewish and who is not on this planet, and who to be taken to Israel and who's not. Now, if you do research, you will find out that in Africa, in Black Africa, they're looking for Jews only in Ethiopia. They bring Jews only from Ethiopia, And I can tell you by knowing a lot of people, Ethiopian Jews here in Israel, that they're treated very badly. And many of them commit suicide because they cannot take it. So they come from some place, Ethiopia, they don't have much there, but they live decent life. And when they come here and try to be humiliated and so on, some of them cannot even take it. Now, what I'm trying to say is that why from each white country this Jewish agency is trying to bring Jews, and when it's about Black Africa, they're going to Ethiopia, and this is where they stop. The only one place. Now, because of the same thing, they're trying to do the white supremacy here. They try to bring white guys here and to take the supremacy over Arabs, which are the local citizens, and over Blacks, which are so far they're only the Ethiopian Jews. Now, what I'm trying also to say is that another question is why America needs Israel. There is no oil like in other Middle Eastern countries. There's nothing they can be attracted to. But why do they do all these things? Why do they invest money, bring white people and so on? When they build their system of white supremacy, just like in America, they build in Israel. Why? And I can tell you why. Because the true Jews, according to the Bible, you can check it in the Bible, you can read Job 30 and some other places. They have never been white. They have been people of color. And they have not stopped in Ethiopia. They were in Ethiopia, Sudan, and they have settled in West Africa. From West Africa, they have been taken as slaves to America. Brothers and sisters, Blacks of America, it's you. You are the true Hebrews. You are the true Hebrews from the Bible. America gonna do everything, gonna invest as much money as it has, gonna fight as much wars as they can, gonna invite as much weapons as they can, just to hide this away from you.
You know what you are? You're an ancient Israelite.
Ancient Israelite, that's who we are. That's who we are. So if you give me time, if you give me time, all that he said.
No, we don't have
so many years.
I know. Look at this. This is pages and pages of notes. And I promise we'll give more teaching. But here is my challenge to you.
All right.
I'm hearing some of your traditions. It's like the days of the Bible.
Yes.
Do you want to remain ancient Israelites, or you want to be Jews?
You can convert to Judaism. You can't convert to a blood faith.
Like the dude said, man, you guys are ancient Israelites. Do you want to convert to Judaism, or do you want to remain an Israelite? And it looks like we've been joined by another illustrious guest. I just got to make sure that's really you, because I've never seen you up here before. His ghetto point of view. I did see you in the chat, but is that really you?
Yeah. Peace and blessings. How's everybody doing?
Okay, we good, because I was about to hit you. I was like, bro, who the fuck? Okay, but shout out to his ghetto point of view. Where you calling in from? Where you tapping in from?
Oh, East Coast, New York, man. I definitely appreciate, you allowing people up to join in this dope conversation.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Like I said, I mean, here, we're open for contrarian views. We're open, to cook. It's about scholarship. It's about enlightening and enriching each other. I don't really like to do too much of the debates and stuff. Usually I find most people are not formidable. And then not only that, they should be done in a kind of structured environment. So over here, it's just a vibe where we just have discussions and stuff like that, like you can disagree with, this ain't an echo chamber or anything like that. But everything has to be done with respect and decorum. And you came in respectful, so I could appreciate that. But before
what the book say, everything should be done in respect and order, right?
Oh, okay. That's bars. Okay. Okay. So yeah, like I said, I still had a couple more topics that I was going to touch on, because I did plan on making this a late night vamp string. But if you want to tap in on anything that you've heard thus far, feel free. You have the floor.
Oh, I mean, just essentially from what I was saying in the chat earlier, I think Tucker Carlson did an amazing job of keeping Mike Huckabee locked into nah, you keep trying to skirt around the situation. We need to know who the genetic people, I forgive me for like the right word, but like we need to know who the people is, because like he's saying, like it's so much money, it's so much land, it's so much resources that get assigned to this group of people because they claiming to have a blood tie. But then Mike is like, oh, but what if they don't have the blood tie? Is it okay? What?
But did you? No, but he followed that up, said, first, they were pushing, saying, no, it's all about the blood, man. This is their land. It goes back. And he's trying to make it seem like these are the ancient people who have been there for thousands of years. And then he pivoted and said, no, it's about 100%. Blood and spirit. So that means it's just all vibes. So if you have the bloodline and you grew up with your best friend and you say, it's unfair that my best friend isn't a part of this bloodline, so by spirit he can convert, it's not supposed to work like that. If it is, show me the scripture and verse.
Christians, they worship Paul. They don't follow Christ. That's the reason why. No. Let me cook. The reason why I'm saying that is because when you guys is talking of when the conversation of spiritual Israelite or whatever comes up, that's from Paul's letters to the churches of Nicaea, right? They read those letters, and only thing they pick up from it is spiritual Israelite, and then they pick up that when the gospel is supposed to be preached throughout the whole earth, they miss the part that at the end of the letters where Paul is literally saying verbatim that I'm talking to the ones whose ancestors were in the wilderness with Moses, right? Meaning by blood, by flesh, right? So this whole spiritual Israelite thing, you can't be a spiritual Israelite. Either you're a descendant of the people that made the covenant with Most High, or you're not. You get what I'm saying? That's where I was going with it when I was talking about Paul. A lot of Christians they follow what Paul said more than what Christ himself said, which doesn't make any sense at all, because who matters more? Whose word carries more weight, Christ or Paul?
In some groups, Paul, to be honest.
Well, that would mean that they're devil worshippers then.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you, King. I was just saying this is going that's a whole deep rabbit hole, like, because that Paul situation is crazy.
Well, the reason why I brought it up though is because Huckabee keeps going back to spiritual.
Yes, sir.
See, Christians, especially European Christians and Catholics, they are the real tether. They're trying to tether themselves to a covenant that has nothing to do with them. That's why they keep bringing up spiritual Israelite. But you can't be a spiritual Israelite if you're not under the covenant. You can't even, like, to be honest with you, you can't even really sin. If you wasn't given the law, how can you break the law?
Teach. Yeah, they're not upholding to the law. Right.
Well, this is the reason why they're heathen and Gentiles, right? Because they were never given the law. We were. This is the definition of holy.
I guess the only caveat would be like to the slaves and to like the neighbors, right?
What do you mean slave and the neighbors? Like neighborhood cuz, or what do you mean?
Because like there are verses that say like the people who you buy and become your servants, the people who sleep in your gates, they must also adhere to the laws. Though the covenant is not with them, they are required because they stay under your house, whether they be a servant, a slave, a serf, they a handmaiden, that they have to, respect the high holy days, respect their children was also to be circumcised on the 8th day. Like, so they did have to respect the law, though they didn't have the covenant technically.
Yeah, you're totally right. But the heathen law, me and the reason FBA or Black American today is looked down upon and considered trodden down, because if they were to adhere to the law, then you would have to respect God's chosen people, which is us. They can't
100%,
they can't
100%.
go they can't go to they can't get to the Most High. They can't get to Yahweh unless they go through us.
All right, so I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video. Your phone is kind
And
of
that's
breaking
where the
up a little
problem
bit, Trey.
lies.
Hey,
Yeah,
Trey,
I'm sorry. I'm in a drive-through. I'm about to put it on mute.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna play some more of the video because it was breaking up. I'm trying to. It looks like this video only has like 6 minutes left, anyways. So let me play this.
It's like the days of the Bible. Yes. Do you want to remain ancient Israelites, or you want to be Jews?
Yeah, that's who we are. That's who we are. So if you give me time, if you give me time, all that he said.
I know. We don't have.
So many years.
I know. Look at this. This is pages and pages of notes, and I promise we'll give more teaching. But here is my challenge to you.
All right.
I'm hearing some of your traditions. It's like the days of the Bible.
Yes.
Do you want to remain ancient Israelites, or you want to be Jews?
You can convert to Judaism. You can convert to a blood family. You cannot convert to a race. Judaism is a religion. That's all it is.
Thank you. I'll answer that question. Go ahead. I will help you. After the demise of Solomon, we now have the northern and southern kingdom of Israel.
Yes.
So when we talk about Jews are Israelites, but all Israelites are not Jews. The 10 tribes that got lost are not Jews. They were Israelites.
Well, it's depending.
So minority cannot swallow the majority. We are here. We are the majority down here. So you are minority, and we are older than you.
How do you give your book the best chance to succeed in 2026? If you finish...
Tell us more about your work and the coursework that you're doing, because you are a real advocate for this topic and why it's so important in the times we're living in.
I appreciate it. I think the most important thing is like the if so, so what? So we've established that there are these individuals over here, but the next question is, what do we do about it? Is everyone's supposed to convert and come back to Israel? But if we think that way, there's really 100 million people around the world that have this Israelite identity. There's really 100 million people around the world that have this Israelite identity.
There's really 100 million people around the world that have this Israelite identity.
Is there a reason that the Jewish people that represent, and I want to get back to this because you didn't let me finish a while ago, they represent 0.2% of the world's population. In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total. In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total.
There's really 100 million people around the world that have this Israelite identity.
16 million.
100 million.
16 million.
There's really 100 million people around the world that have this Israelite identity coming from the tribes. And Israel's, smaller than the size of New Jersey. Is it sustainable to think in the way of having to convert and bring back? And if you look at the Lemba, they don't even want to convert. They said, why are we converting to something we're already part of?
Do you want to remain ancient Israelites, or you want to be Jews?
And on this, I'm gonna mute the music right here. So I just want y'all to pay attention to the visuals. This is Jerusalem 1925, right? But now if you see Jerusalem, the people look like Justin Bieber and Justin Timberlake. Jerusalem 1925. Those people do seem mighty dark. But, they're saying that the people there, that Bibi Netanyahu, he are the original people, right? So, so let me fast forward a little bit more But yeah, y'all can see the visuals right here. These are the original people of the land, right? The original people that they say, oh, the Bible talks about the genealogy. Yeah, he talks about these people that's on the screen. Not Bibi Netanyahu. Jerusalem 1925. But if you look at Jerusalem 2026, yeah, don't look nothing like this.
Why don't the Palestinians look like that?
Tell me why they don't.
I think you just asked a great question.
Because like I said before, they're Shemitic people claiming to be Canaanite.
So shout out to Timeless, and I appreciate Timeless for subscribing to the channel.
Identity thieves.
Timeless says, what do you call people from the Caribbean, Jamaica, Trinidad, etc.? Original Israelites as well? Either one of y'all could take that question.
Well, the Haitian people, like I said before, is the tribe of Levi. Now Benjamin would be you could say some of the Caribbean black people and stuff like that would be considered Benjamin or whatever, right? And then you go to Manasseh and things like that or whatever, and then even Issachar, right? Issachar is who we now know today as the Mexican people or whatever, right? But when I say Mexican, I'm not referring to the Spaniard. I'm not referring to the Canelo Alvarez. I'm referring to the what's his name? The black guy that is the founder of the Mexican land. So who would be the indigenous people in the lands today? Those would be who your Israelites are according to the tribes and stuff, right? So the Mexican people, if you are indigenous, meaning darker, meaning darker complected, meaning melanated, you would be from the tribe of Issachar. Now, if you look like Canelo Alvarez, sorry, my guy, but you're an Edomite.
Yeah, nothing to be sorry. They say it's not. You know how they say it's not personal. It's just business. I say it's not personal. It's just bloodline, right? It ain't personal.
Before you press play, I just wanted to pose one thought or whatever, right? Because the Khazarians are thieves of identity, right? So let's say, B-Eazy, that you have a bunch of sons and then you have grandchildren, right? And then you are writing your will and you're leaving an inheritance to your grandchildren and your sons, right? Say you write your will, and in your will you say whosoever. In your will, you know that you're referring to your lineage, the ones that came through your loins from your nutsack, right? You know that. That's the reason why you're writing the will, right? And so you're leaving an inheritance to your offspring and your grandchildren and stuff, right? Say that will gets lost in translation and somebody else that it has nothing to do with your bloodline picks it up and finds it, and they open it up and it says whosoever gets this inheritance. Are you qualified to inherit everything that you're trying to give to your offspring and your lineage, or is that person qualified to get the inheritance because they found the will and it said whosoever, so now they're applying the whosoever to them? Hello?
To be honest, if you was posing a question to me, I to be honest, bro, I didn't even hear it.
Okay. So let me ask it. Let me ask it one more time. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You was about to chime in. Go ahead, because you heard me.
Pose the question to his ghetto, because I have to pull up another video.
Okay.
Yeah. So go.
I'm gonna ask it again. I'm gonna ask it again.
Go ahead.
I think I kind of heard this.
Say you have a bunch of sons, and then they have children, and so on and so forth, right? You are writing a will, and in your will, you're leaving the inheritance, all your wealth, prized possessions, your land, everything that you've accumulated through the years. You're leaving to your lineage, your bloodline, the ones that came through your loins, right? And in the will, you write, whosoever these things are added unto you. Say the will gets lost and somebody that is not from your bloodline finds the will, they open it up and they read whosoever and they try to apply it to them saying, oh, it says whosoever, so this is my shit. Is that accurate? Or is it not your shit?
Nah, if you can't prove your ties to it, they wouldn't allow you legally to have it. So that's what's going on with situation, right?
That's what's going on with all these people that call themselves Jews that are over there in the quote unquote Middle East and all this stuff right now, right? Because none of their ancestors made the covenant with the Most High, right? So by law, the inheritance and the adoption is not theirs to claim.
Well, I don't know,
because they're not a child. They're not a child of the Most High, right? If you're not a child of the Most High, meaning a bloodline Israelite, you can't claim that you're a spiritual Israelite. So that means that everything else, that all the blessings and everything that the Most High is about to add to the Israelites, they get to partake in it. When their ancestors aren't the ones that made the covenant and broke the covenant with the Most High. That's what's going on right now.
So is your position that like none of them are any of the tribes?
My position is I can't believe that any of those people that are calling themselves Jews over there are a part of the bloodline, because in order to be a Jew, you have to be from the tribe of Judah. All those people over there, those people groups, all the different type of so-called Sephardic Jews and all these different type of Jews or whatever, right? If you look at one and you put it at one and another in a lineup and you look at them, there's no way that they all could be from the same tribe. So how do they get to call themselves a Jew? There's 12 tribes.
So King
Why
Zion
do they claim Judah?
He says that the
that is
tribes
an
got
excellent
scattered.
point. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And Archibald says you got to get to bed. Good conversation. Yeah, Archibald, you got to come up. I can't read every comment and try to get them to respond. You got to come up in real time. But salute to Archibald. I appreciate you for subscribing to the channel. And Archibald kept it respectful. It seemed like he had some disagreements with what you were saying, Travion, but it wasn't disrespectful. And that's really what this platform is all about. I don't mind the contrarian views, even if you want to troll, but have some level of scholarship and sophistication.
What's his disagreement?
Even, King Zion.
What's his disagreement?
Apparently he had a lot, but it was kind of scattered.
I can't see none of it.
No, it's all right, because I'm not really about to derail the conversation to go, you know what I mean? If he came up here, I would let y'all kind of, go back and forth, but I don't want to kind of derail the conversation. But King Zion says, respect to everyone. It's not a race thing. It's a truth thing. So nobody get their feelings hurt. I don't think nobody is getting their feelings hurt. It's just if me or Trey or his ghetto, comes with some fire and, people is getting cooked intellectually, don't get your feelings hurt. Like I said, it's not personal, but
feel free to just call me ghetto too, King.
Okay, cool. Yeah, for sure. That's that rolls off the tongue much better. And I think it's literally like 1 minute left of this. So hold on, let me see.
Cool. After that, can I chime in?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, actually, because after you chime in, I'm gonna kind of transition to another topic. But go ahead. yeah, you got the floor.
Oh, all right, cool. Appreciate you. Yeah. To piggyback off of what I was asking the good brother, first of all, you super knowledgeable, King. Salute to all the, the time you take to, study, because that ain't no joke. What it say in the book, study to show thyself approved.
Much appreciated.
Yes, sir.
For sure.
Right. So I did my only thing that be confusing me, right, is like, if it say that there was like slaves and servants and people from other nations and tribes that were taken, particularly their women, after spoils of war, and those women were consummated with, and if they, I know that these people today be like, oh, it's your mom's DNA, but we know historically it was your dad, right? So if that is the barometer that we gonna go by, but biblically, yes, sir, biblically it was your dad's line, right? So if we going by like that line, will we say that at least some of them may have like some remnant of some tribes?
No, you are who your father is. Period. If
Right.
you could have an Israelite mother, but if your father is a white man, you're a chocolate covered Edomite.
Right, but if they killed off the men and they took the women in war and they then had children with the women, wouldn't they? So then the child would be the child of his father, right?
Yeah, which would make that child not an Israelite.
Why?
It sounds harsh, but
why
that's
wouldn't
what
it be
is.
if it's the child of his father?
Well, if the father's not an Israelite.
No, I'm saying if the Israelites, they conquered people, they took slaves in war.
Yeah,
they combated tribes, they combated other nations, they took those women and they had children with those women.
That's why there are certain Ethiopians to this day that are actual Israelites by blood.
Right, but are we saying there are no people that we call like Caucasian that are Israelite because their fathers would have been Israelite?
No, there is no such thing as a Caucasian Israelite.
Well, I mean, we call them Caucasians today, but classically they wouldn't be called Caucasian. What I'm saying is, like, are we saying that never happened, where like brothers took some sisters that might not have been like
bloodline mixture? Ghetto?
Yes, sir. Yeah, bloodline mixtures. There you go. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, because that has been going on, since
time immemorial, right? Like, I don't know if y'all familiar with that chart of the Moors that they created, where they were showing like the mulattoes, the octroons, the quadroons, and all the different races that they were making because everybody kept mixing. So like, I mean, I know that was going on for like, a long time. Like, so
it all falls back on who your father's father's father is. So it even like, let's say somebody's a quadroon or octoroon or whatever, right? That's fine and dandy, right? They could be light bright, not quite white, or they could look like Blake Griffin. Yeah, they could look like Blake Griffin or whatever. You get what I'm saying? That could be the case, that they have the complexion for the protection, but it's who your father's father's father is.
And you saying there's no way none of them would have fathers that was brothers?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is who came out of your nuts and so on and so forth is what categorizes somebody being of your lineage, of your bloodline.
Yes, sir.
That's the reason why women take the man's last name and the children take the father's last name and not the other way around.
Yes, sir. I mean, it seemed like we're saying the same thing. I don't know if I'm saying it clearly. I apologize. I'm just saying, like,
no, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that I'm just saying that it all would be predicated on who your father's father is. If say you go back in your lineage, right?
Yes,
and your father's father is black, right? But if you go back a little bit farther and farther and farther, it goes back to a slave master, a white man, you're not an Israelite. It don't matter how dark you are, you're not an Israelite.
Well, hold on.
This is why in the scripture it talks about separating the wheat from the tare, because we all know that the tare looks just like the wheat, right? But the wheat is the good stuff. The tare is not the good stuff, right? So this is an example of why I'm saying who your father's father's father is, because the child could look like a white man, but when you go through his back in his lineage, you trace back the fathers and stuff like that. If it's all lines up with an Israelite man, is the ancestor,
up, bro.
then that would make that child like.
Yes, sir. I 100% agree. 100% agree.
All right, so before I move on, I just want you to answer this question because it was kind of breaking up. But shout out to Dee. I know Dee always coming in hot. I salute to Dee because this person definitely will come with some contrarian commentary. But I don't know if it's a he. I think it is a he, so I don't want to misgender. So he says, when you try to mix genetics with religion, you will always run into problems. Most black people in the U.S. has a white great-great-great-great-great-granddad because of access of black women. That has nothing to do with bloodline. That's legality.
I'm sorry. Well, they said that most people have a white great-great-granddaddy?
He said most black people in the U.S. has a white great-great-granddad. Yeah, I don't think that is true. Now, it is more common than not because there was a lot of, RAPN going on, you know what I mean? And then, some women, mammies, etc. But what were you saying, Ghetto?
I guess I have a different slight view on the history because I know that we do acknowledge the fact that there were other like slave masters if we talk about like slavery in the Americas besides white folk, right?
Correct. Yeah, there were many who the so-called natives. Many of them were slave owners as well, and then there were even some black people. But the black people, it was mainly because if your status was a slave and you wanted to free your wife, kind of like if you watch Django, right? Django's wife, in order for him to free his wife, he would have had to buy a slave. Once he buys the slave, he's a slave owner. Now, it doesn't mean that he's going to be giving his slave lashes or anything like that. But, it's a very nuanced and complex. And I'm sure there were some Sambos that probably owned slaves. But the majority of documentation, people were buying them just to reunite with their family. But the so-called native, their involvement in the slave trade has been vastly underreported, even with the Trail of Tears, right? They talk about it as just, kind of
that was us.
Atrocity.
That was us.
Yeah.
The Trail of Tears was really us. That's how we ended up in Oklahoma.
And they were also transporting slaves.
Some of them ended up in Oklahoma, yeah.
Well, I'm some of them. My people's, you get what I'm saying? Like
right,
all the way to the all the way to the 1700s, 1600s. Like my peoples can be traced back. You get what I'm saying? So, but the thing about the slavery thing is, right, you got to be careful when you bring up other nationalities or races and you add that they were slaves too. They could have been slaves, but the type of slave that they was had nothing to do with chattel slavery, right? So all over the earth, slaves predominantly, especially in Africa, right? A slave in Africa wasn't getting treated the same way our peoples was getting treated here in America, right? So that's
yes,
what
sir.
that's
I was
what
talking
separates.
about here in America.
Yeah. So okay. So if you're talking about here in America, all those other races or of people didn't go through what we went through. They were indentured servants and things like that.
I'm sorry if my question was unclear. I said, was we acknowledging that it wasn't just like white folks that was the slave masters? I mean, we could also have the conversation about the indentured
There was some
service and
Uncle
stuff.
Ruckuses. There was some Uncle Ruckuses.
Were they all Uncle Ruckuses?
Well, I mean, like if your people is being
No,
oppressed,
that's what I'm saying. Not all of them were. Because
yeah,
like I said, some of them had to buy their people to just like I said with the Django, you had to buy if a white dude or whatever person had your people enslaved, in order to free them, you had to buy a slave.
Yeah.
So they had to have a transaction. Here, Travion bought a slave. So on paper, you're now a slave owner. But as a slave owner, you have the ability to free, you know what I mean? Here, I bought Travion as a slave, but now I granted him rights as a freedman.
But is that
see,
always what happened?
the thing
No,
they're not
of course
telling,
not.
the thing that they're leaving out though is that black slave owner really wasn't a slave owner. He was actually buying his family.
That's not true always.
That is true. I'm not saying
so
it was
Anthony
100%.
Johnson bought his
wait, hold on.
Hold on.
I'm not saying 100% of the black slave owners were buying their families. I'm saying predominantly the ones that were buying black, they were black and they were buying slaves. Predominantly, they were buying their family members. But it wasn't written down in history like that. But that was actually the case. That was actually the case. See the way we named back then, the way we named our children and stuff like that. The names that our children and that we have even to this day, like the Sean Keishas and all this type of shit, that is a cultural thing. We name our children these things and stuff like that, and it's unique because if I'm a slave and my child is a slave and they get sold to another plantation and stuff like that, what's the chances a Sean Keisha is going to be at the next plantation? You see, that's how we were able to find our people. But on paper, they don't tell that side. They don't tell the truth.
They don't tell
that's what was going on. They don't tell the truth that the majority of the black slave owners were actually buying their family members and freeing them. They just make it sound like, oh, niggas were slave owners too. Niggas had slaves too. That's the narrative that they want to push so that white supremacy doesn't have to take the blame.
Correct, because there's
But I
no
think that's an
extensive
unfair,
history.
just a broad stroke. I mean, are you guys familiar with, I had brought up the case of Anthony Johnson. Are you guys familiar with that case?
I'm
No, like I was saying, there was black people that was on some Uncle Ruckus shit. I'm not saying that wasn't going on, right? But what I'm saying is the majority. Well, I mean, if your people is being oppressed, and you decide if the purpose isn't to free your people, but you just want slaves because you got money and you want to fit in with the white man, use a coon. Sorry, not sorry.
So what you're saying is the majority of slave holders were Caucasian or whites? Is that your position?
Well, until the white man brought slavery to the Americas, what reason would a black man have to own slaves?
Well, okay, I guess this is where we kind of diverge, because it's like when you're saying white, I guess you're saying like Caucasian people. Like, I just want to make sure.
Well, I'm saying the Spaniard, the Englishman, the Arab,
and you saying none of the Spanish, Englishmen, or Irish were what we would call today black men?
Well, Spanish is a language, right? So you're referring to the Spaniard. If you're talking about the Spaniard, that's the white man. That's Christopher Columbus.
Christopher Columbus was a brother.
Are you serious?
I mean, I don't know if you saw recently, sir. They posted on a news thing when they did his DNA. Like, his name is really Cristobal Colon. He's a Portuguese, like, Sephardian Jew, and like he's actually a brother. Like they showed his DNA, but like his DNA would be like he would look like a brother.
So they say.
I mean but that's his DNA.
I mean, I mean that's up for debate. This is the first time I'm hearing this, so I'm not going to deny what you're saying.
It was like
I'm not going to deny
universe.
what you're saying. I'm not going to deny what you're saying because I would have to like do more research on what you're saying. So I'm not going to confirm nor deny. It's new information to me. But what I'm saying is, even in Christopher Columbus' writings, right? And this is the thing that stuck out to me. So you saying that he was a brother, his writings on how he described the natives that were here in the Americas, or better yet, the Caribbean, because he never actually stepped foot in North America, right? He described them as copper-colored people, as Negro, right? And you wouldn't, if you were a brother, you wouldn't talk about your people, like you wouldn't describe your people like that.
But would they be his people because he was from another nation?
Well, you just said he was a brother.
No, but
that would be like saying Nigerians and like people from like Senegalese are the same people.
And that's the thing. Obama is a goddamn Kenyan, right? So he's not our people. He's a
half
Hamite.
Kenyan, half Indian, half like white. He's got
either way it goes. He's not an Israelite. He's a Hamite.
Yeah, and he's
a Hamite.
Not an Israelite, right?
That's why he didn't do nothing for black people.
Correct, because he didn't see them as our people, and I'm gonna try to curb this just because I do gotta try to get into this next topic. But like you said,
what's the topic? Yeah, what's the topic?
But I'm gonna just end with this one because he brought up, and I do like to build. It's just like it's late, and I do want to get these other two.
I apologize. I know I came in super late.
No, it's okay.
I just got off work. I tapped in like right when I was finishing up a task at work and stuff, and I was like, I got time today, especially when I seen what the topic was. I was like, yeah.
That really intrigued me.
Yeah, I figured you did, but don't trip. We'll do another one on this topic. It's just like, since I said I was going to do the other ones, I got to be a man of my word. But I just will want to say with the whole Anthony Johnson was a former slave and he was Angolan. And this is why there's a whole delineation movement before.
There's debate about his Angolan heritage though, sir. They don't have no proof for that. Like they only have proof that he came from Virginia.
Well, either way, even if he was Angolan or he was whatever, if he was a former slave, he would qualify as what we know today as FBA or freedmen, or you know what I'm saying. So either way, he still would fall into the category of our people because FBAs in America today are indigenous blacks that were here already, and then some were African, right? And how do I know this is because even the documents say that only 300,000 slaves came to the Americas. All the rest of the niggas got dropped off everywhere else. There was more slaves that got dropped off everywhere else, right? So the point I'm making is 300,000 doesn't turn into 43 to 48 million.
Very well said. Very well said.
And we'll touch into this a little bit more. And there was a period of several decades,
unless there was already niggas here.
Yeah, I mean,
100%, 100%.
A bunch of niggas got reclassified, but
100% agree. That Walter Plecker, absolutely.
Correct. Yeah. He definitely did the paper genocide. But this next one I'm gonna pull up is the Black and Brown NOalition. So I'm gonna react to a video from Ricardo Ignacio. He's probably one of the only Latino dudes that I know that will call out his community. So this video y'all can watch uninterrupted on his channel is titled "There's No Black and Brown Unity." Many of these Latinos don't even consider themselves brown. Mexicans specifically fought in court to be legally classified as white.
You talking about the dude on TikTok?
Yeah, I think he's on TikTok, but I don't really follow him on TikTok. I just follow him on YouTube. But I think that his videos be going viral because he's probably one of the only Latino dudes.
I watched that video on YouTube. Yeah, I watched that video.
Okay, so let's get into it and we gonna break it down.
Have you heard about the reclassification
keeping it real.
of Black Americans
Keeping it
using
real.
the term And I commend him for it though, because he's
What's your opinion?
Like you know,
Your phone is kind of breaking up. Could you
he's
hear
probably
me?
being shunned.
Hold on, Trent. Could you hear me?
He's probably being shunned and stuff. They preach La Raza, you know, which means purify the race, right? But if everybody came from the black man and black woman, purifying your race would be to go back to the root, not to go to the white man. So it's hella confusing.
Okay, I'm gonna play the video. Trey, I don't know if you could hear me, bro. I was trying to talk to you, but you kept talking, and I don't know if you heard me, but I'm gonna play the video.
On that, have you heard about the reclassification of Black Americans using the term foundational Black Americans?
Yes.
What's your opinion on that?
Okay. As a non-Black person, for what it's worth, and I mean this respectfully, I fully understand it. 100% understand it. And to all the Black people that are going to watch this replay, please understand that I mean this with all due respect, and I mean this as a non-Black person objectively. I'm going to do my best not to be biased. However, when I look at Latin America, and since we're talking about Black people, there's this known fact that Black people in Latin America collectively, doesn't mean every single one, doesn't mean all of them, but collectively, they tend to be anti-Black American. This is a known fact. It's very visible. You can see it. You can hear it. It's been like this for a long time. Now, we can get to the root of it and blame white people because they are the ones to blame, because they are the ones that push anti-Black American propaganda in Latin America, etc. But at the end of the day, we ourselves individually and or as a community have to be responsible for who we are and what we become and how we treat people. And although, yes, the white media does push anti-Black American propaganda in Latin America, at the end of the day, we are responsible for how we go about treating other people, especially in this particular case as Black people. The fact that you come from Latin American countries to this country, and literally, sir, the only people you have an issue with is the same race as you, but that are from this country, that's very telling as to how much you've been affected by the anti-Black American propaganda that's been pushed deeply and heavily in Latin America. There's a very popular trend that happened. I don't know if it's still happening. Me no black. I know black. That's very telling. When Black people of Latin America come to this country, one of the first things that they must let everybody know is we're not like them Black folks over there. So if that's your attitude when you come to this country collectively, not every individual does this. I'd be a coward to say everyone does it. But collectively, if you come to this country and that is your reputation as Black people of Latin America, and you come with that attitude, then after a while, Black American people are going to be like, okay, then you're them over there. You are that. You are a different identity than us. Because at the end of the day, if you as Black people of Latin America come to this country with that attitude and also with anti-Black Americanness, then it means when you get into political powers, etc., you're going to use that position to oppress and also join whitey people in mistreating Black people and or your whitey alignment. Your whitey alignment is also problematic. And I'm sorry, but it's true. Latin American people, and at this particular case, we're not talking about just Black people in Latin America. We're talking about just Latin America collectively, whether it's brown people from Latin America, Black people, when they come from Latin American countries to this country, by default, collectively, not all of them, collectively, they desire white proximity and white alignment. We know this. It's a fact. And so that's why I understand.
Yes, we know this. And like the dude is saying, and this is why I respect him, because he's being upfront with it. So unfortunately, what happens is when people say, okay, fine, we already know that y'all anti-Black, and then people start distancing themselves, then it gets framed as that we're xenophobic, anti-immigrant, anti-Latino, but you're just literally matching the energy that they've always given to you, right? There's a bunch of Black neighborhoods where they'll dump a bunch of undocumented illegal aliens over into the neighborhood, and now the black neighborhood gets displaced and it's no longer a black neighborhood. But tell me the neighborhoods where it's Latino and it suddenly turns into a black neighborhood. It goes from Latino to being black. You won't find any. And if you do find a few, it will be far and few between. But you'll find several of them, and then they start bringing up goofy stuff. This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. No, it wasn't. You know what I mean? And then they'll start saying goofy stuff. We're all immigrants, so you should be okay with your home country and your home community, hometown being flooded with undocumented immigrants. All of the bleeding heart liberal lunatics and the lefty losers that just want open borders, they don't want the immigrants over in their communities, right? They love them so much because, go dump them where those niggas at. Just don't bring them over here. Oh, yeah, y'all want to start a business to be the model minority? Sure, we'll give y'all money in the nigga neighborhood. You know what I mean? So, before we were just trying to be all inclusive and hold hands with everybody. And like Ali said, hey, I ain't going over to Vietnam to fight no fucking Vietnamese. They never called me nigga. And unfortunately, when they came over here and were able to immigrate here, they start calling us niggers. And not only that, they worked with the alphabet agencies to push us out of the black hair care industry. And this is well documented. They did documentaries about it, etc. So we have been the only group trying to be all inclusive. We've been the only group uplifting civil rights and all lives matter. But we've just been society's political doormat where people just kind of step on and step over us. And then when you say, hey, look, I'm not going to be stepped on anymore, then it's like, hey, what's wrong with you? You changed up. And people start using the ET finger to point the blame at you. But it's like, nah, man, I'm not even keeping the same energy. I'm giving you not even close to half the energy that your community has done, right? We're the black-owned businesses in Chinatown. Find a prominent Latino area and tell me where the black businesses are, right? But you can find black neighborhoods with non-black people running it, right? If we're so violent and thuggish and degenerate, why the fuck would you want to be around us, right? You're poor. Who would set up shop in a poor neighborhood unless that neighborhood is not so poor after all? It's so poor, but it's keeping your business afloat. You know what I mean? You're so afraid. Here, let me set up shop in an area where I'm so afraid and I hate these people, right? And I get it. Like, okay, you wanted to kiss white mommy and daddy booty, and they didn't let you set up shop there. So instead, they set up shop, extract resources from the black community, and then run back to white mommy and daddy. Look, I know you rejected me, but please let me kiss your booty. I don't want to just kiss the booty. I want to spread the cheeks and lick the crack. That's what some of these model minorities say and think. It is grotesque and rather pathetic.
From Latin American countries to this country, by default, collectively, not all of them, collectively, they desire white proximity and white alignment. We know this. It's a fact. And so that's why I understand fully. I wish it wasn't like that. But I understand why Black Americans are delineating. Of course I do. How can I not? How can I not? It makes all the sense. If your experience has been all them other black folks don't want nothing to do with us. They love our culture. Again, love our culture, but
yeah, even the other black people, right? How many times have we heard this? Why y'all call yourselves black? Black is just a color. There's no country called black. Over and over. How many times have we heard that? And when I give the simple retort, it shuts them down every time. There's no country called white. And yet your homeland is still being dominated by white supremacy and white dominance. There's no country called white, though. Black is just a color in the crayon box. Okay, if it's just a color, why are you using terms like people of color? If black is just a color in the crayon box, guess what other color is in that crayon box? Brown, pink, yellow. Oh, and guess what other color? White. So yeah, all of these goofy talking points, and no one is being forced to identify as black. See, these other people say, why y'all call yourselves black? And then we say, yeah, because say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Not say it loud, I'm African and I'm proud. I'm talking about Americans. There's nothing wrong with being African. And if you are African, you should be proud. It's a prestigious thing, right? But that's not something I can claim. I can't claim to be foundational black American freedman. And people just like, black means this, black means dead, and all this other stuff. That's what it means to you, right? So that's not what it means to us, you know? And words and definitions have multiple meanings. So yeah, no one is being forced to identify with blackness, right? And once we say, hey, you not like us and you not black, don't start whining and saying you can't keep gatekeep blackness, because we can and we will. I've heard this from other people. It wasn't just the Dominicans. I know black, Papi. It wasn't just them. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm Senegalese. I'm not black, I'm Puerto Rican. It goes on and on and on. And people, it's like, we got the tape. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Did y'all forget? Once it's on the internet, it's forever. Don't even take my word for it. Just type in I know black and see what the results yield.
If your experience has been all them other black folks don't want nothing to do with us. They love our culture. Again, love our culture, but really they love to exploit it. They love to exploit our culture, but they just don't want anything to do with us. It's kind of like black. Speaking of black Americans, it's kind of like what black Americans say. They want our rhythm, but not our blues.
Man, you're cooking.
Input, man.
You're cooking. You're cooking. As a black American, I kind of believe the Rainbow Coalition, that we're really the Black and Brown Coalition, that we're really together in this thing. And where I grew up, Ricardo, I always felt that brotherhood. So then to learn about all this, that's why it blew my mind.
I'm gonna say this to you, and we're gonna end this live, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And salute to the brother, because he seems genuine. But, bro, what brotherhood are you talking about? For reals, you know how the brotherhood is when you go into jail. Black and brown, amigo, we got to stick together. And then you do a crime. You do a crime with your brown amigo. And then as soon as y'all go to jail, he sides up with the white Aryan Woods. Huh? Make it make sense. Black and brown, we're people of color, man. And then you go to jail and he sides with the people of no color? Huh? Make it make sense. You can't, because it doesn't.
I feel sad when I see black people expressing a desire to have coalition with brown people. I feel sad because I know that that's not a real thing. And I'll say this so that people won't get offended. It's not a real thing, and it can't be a real thing until we as a collective of people.
Yeah, to be honest, it sounds like dudes want some of that spicy Latina cooch. Like Travion said, we like your women, and it's okay, man. Hey, Latina women, beautiful. Snow bunnies, beautiful. Black women, beautiful. I get it, man. I am not the penis patrol or the dick detective, right? Do who you want to do. But what I'm saying is, don't come out the bed confused. See, if you go and hit that little Latina salsa bunny, if you laid a pipe from the bike, once she wake up, she still knows that she's Latina. You get out the bed and your name is Jamal, but now you start thinking your name is Jorge or Jesus. No, nigga, your name is still Jamal, bruh. And our family calls you a pinche mayate. It doesn't matter how deep, waist deep and face deep you was up in her cooch, bruh. And that's unfortunately many people get, what they call like coochie whipped. Yes, a lot of cats that are just mesmerized by the cooch. It's like, damn, bruh. It's like you never slid into, no pink velvet pocket before. Like, come on, bruh. Step your game up, bro. And now this is the era of OnlyFans, bro. If you need to get your willy wet, man, throw a few ducats now. I'm not into tricking. That's not my thing. You know what I mean? But like, hey, I get it. Some people, you got to get it how you live. If that's what you need to do to, keep your mind right, then, pay for those services, but just don't come out the bed confused, because once these dudes start interracially dating and mating, then they start putting other communities ahead of their own community in the name of trying to capitulate. You know what I mean? Well, my son is half Latino, so that's why I went to the ICE protest. Like, nigga, you want to know George Floyd protest or Trayvon Martin or Oscar Grant or Philando Castile, right? So, just be better. You know what I mean? Like I said, do who you want to do, screw whoever, but just don't sell your people out in the process. I can't respect it. And realistically, the chick that you boning, she don't respect that either. Yeah, she might let you eat her out or something like that, but like she don't respect no nigga that won't stand up for his lineage.
I feel sad when I see Black people expressing a desire to have coalition with brown people. I feel sad because I know that that's not a real thing. And I'll say this so that people won't get offended. It's not a real thing, and it can't be a real thing until we as a collective of people, as Latinos, etc., until we confront our anti-Blackness as a collective.
And shout out Ghetto. I know it's late and you on the East Coast. But yeah, don't trip. I got it from here, Brody. But I'm gonna keep on cooking. And shout out to Timeless and Dee. I knew you wasn't gonna let that ride. Yeah, and Anthony Johnson was not the first slave owner. It actually was Hugh Gwynn. And if you want to look it up, Hugh Gwynn owned a white indentured servant, and he owned a Black slave, and he took them to court, and the court determined that the indentured servant could, I think they could only serve like 6 to 8 years. However, the Black Negro slave could be enslaved for life, and their kids as well. So that's the difference with chattel slavery, right? And especially with the whole indentured servant. When indentured servants had kids, their kids weren't slaves. However, with the foundational Black American slaves, when their kids were slaves. So that's a completely different type of system. And yeah, a lot of people try to be like, nah, he wasn't really from Angola. Yeah, bro was from Angola. And that's the point that I brought up, is because with all of these tribal differences, even if he was a Sambo slave owner, him being Angolan, he didn't see the foundational Black Americans as his people. He just saw them as another tribe to exploit and, subjugate. So let's just get back into it.
We cannot come together with the people that we are anti. We can't. How? How? And I've said this before. How do we come together with Black people and protest together, as we have for a long time, but then we go home and tell our daughters, don't date them Black folks. I don't want to see you bring in a Black guy, but it's okay if you bring home a white guy, though. You see what I mean? There is anti-Blackness in our collective post-colonial.
And mind you, so they'll be like, hey, crash out for ICE. Hey, go out there and protest for more immigration and open borders. And then you say, you know what? These are our brothers. These are mi hermanos and hermanas, right? And you go out there and crash out for ICE. You go out there and crash out for open borders. And then once your neighborhood gets overtaken by mainly undocumented Latino immigrants, and you're like, hey, mi hermano. And guess what many of them call you? Pinche mayate chango. Not everyone, but enough of the collective does it. And the ones that are doing it, where are the ones that are not doing it to call them out? See, this person, Ricardo Ignacio, will call his community out, but he talks about all the death threats and all the people that slide in his DM from his own community calling him a sellout. They can't refute what he's saying because what he's saying is truthful. So it's not that he's saying anything wrong or inaccurate. It's just they're mad that he's blowing the whistle. But hold on, I thought that they said the black community has an accountability problem. You hear about black on black crime. Why don't we hear about brown on brown crime or people of color on people of color crime? Why don't we hear that, right? We only hear goofy terms like black on black crime, which was ushered in by the DNC and the buck broken black boule, right? To demonize and stigmatize black people and associate criminality with black people. When you look at the stats, especially in certain subcategories of crime, other demographics are over and disproportionately represented, but who do they try to make the face of crime, right? Trump is over there committing war crimes, slaughtering people. Did you know that they dropped a bomb on an Iranian school, killed over 100 little girls? Right. And they'll say, what about Chicago? What about Oakland? Okay, cool. Some musty, crusty, dusty nigga from Chicago did a crime, and guess what? He got locked up. He was held accountable. And the people in the community was like, good riddance, man. That nigga was terrorizing the community. Get that nigga out of here. So the community wanted him gone, and the police held him accountable. And still they're saying, the black community needs to hold him accountable. How the fuck am I hold some nigga in Chicago accountable? I'm in California, right? If some dude in Baltimore does a crime, why should I get on a podcast and have to answer for it? I don't know that nigga. And he was locked up. That's accountability. On average, black people get 20% more prison time for the same crime as their white counterparts. That's an injustice system, but that's accountability. Where are the Latino people holding their communities accountable? Look at the Latino gangs. Bigger, more organized, more violent than any black gang that you can think of. What about the Crips and Bloods? Yeah, the Crips and Bloods compel in comparison to the violence and barbarism of MS-13, of Trinidad, right? All of these notorious global gangs, right? But nobody is saying that that's Latino culture when literally it is, right? You didn't hear about a black American mafia or cartel, but you have heard about a Mexican cartel and a Colombian cartel. You have heard about a Jewish mafia. You have heard about an Irish mafia and an Italian mafia, all more organized, right? These are well-oiled machines. How could you have a well-oiled machine and say that it's not cultural? Make it make sense. And on top of that, with all of these Latino gang members and the Jewish mafia members and the Irish mafia members, who raised these people? No, seriously, who raised them? Are these Jewish mafia people being raised in fatherless homes, or are they being raised with a silver spoon and two parents? See, we understand why you're blaming this orphan kid, you know what I mean, from some rough, dilapidated, impoverished area, right? But you people come from a silver spoon, you know what I mean, white picket fences. Like, so what is your issue, right? Who raised all of those white people and the pedophiles, right? Who raised all of these cartel members? Fair questions to ask.
I don't want to see you bring in a black guy, but it's okay if you bring home a white guy, though. You see what I mean? There is anti-blackness in our collective post-colonial culture. It's there, and it's been there since the Spaniards colonized. I keep saying this all the time. Due to the caste system that they implemented in our culture, it's become our culture. It's not our original culture. They're not our original views. They are a post-colonial culture. It is the effects and the outcome of being colonized by anti-black people. Somebody said it's called blanqueamiento. Exactly, blanqueamiento. We even have a phrase in Spanish. The phrase goes, mejorando la raza. I also mention that all the time. Mejorando la raza means improve the race. Improving the race is to whiten it. So how can we have these views collectively as a people, but yet build coalition with black people? How? How is it people that have anti-blackness in their culture come together with black people? You as a black person, you tell me how.
Yeah.
You tell me.
Yeah. It would be damn near impossible. It would be damn near.
No, it's not near impossible. It's impossible. You know what it is? No, listen, sir. I mean this because I care. Okay, because I don't want people to get hurt with fake coalition. People get hurt like this. People get used. Okay, look, when elections are coming, when we as a people, as a community have problems, we meaning Latinos, we call out for black folks. Meaning we want to use you for your votes. Hey, let's come together. We want to use you, sir. That's what we want to do. We want to use the black vote, the black population to get our backs, etc. What happened when Trump won? Now, mind you, a large percentage of Latinos voted him in there. But when it backfired, what are we saying now? Where are all the black people at?
Hey, salute to the bro. How many other Latinos do you hear that's saying this? And like he was saying, where all the black people at, man? All the black people is chilling. Remember, I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. Well, you voted for Donald Trump and now you getting this. Trump said they're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. He called y'all RAPist, right? He called y'all everything but a child of God. And still many of y'all were still saying, I will vote for Donald Trump. Well, you voted for him. Y'all thought he was going to get the criminals out, but who did they think were the criminals, right? Because black Americans have been framed as the face of criminality, but they said, yeah, they may be the face of criminality, but they're citizens. You and your abuela didn't come over here legally. So you're non-citizen. So now you can be the target. And you're saying, hey, don't target us. We're the model minorities. No, actually, you're not. That title and moniker was reserved for the Asians. You guys were just a buffer group to say that, hey, those niggers are lazy, but you guys are not lazy because you're working for $2 an hour, right? The niggers will do it, but we have to pay them American wages. So we're just going to pay you $2 an hour because you work harder. That's not working harder. That's something I called MAE, mutually agreed exploitation. Many of them are being exploited and they're just mutually agreeing upon it because that exploitation is advantageous to them. Mexico is the #1 place for remittances. Look up in 2024. Remittances is people that are immigrants or have an immigrant background and send money back to their home country. In 2024, it was estimated over $450 billion sent to foreign nations in remittances. How the fuck does that help us? So you dump a bunch of immigrants in a black neighborhood, fine. Then you give them loans and business goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that you denied to the native population. Then when they get money from the black community, they work to build up their community here in the States and back in their homeland. Once again, how does that help us? It doesn't. But you're just supposed to this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, so you have to allow your neighborhood to get taken over. But on the flip side, no other group wants their neighborhoods taken over. There's no Latino neighborhoods that are being flipped from Latino to black. There's no Asian neighborhoods that's being flipped from Asian to black. But you can find neighborhoods where you're like, damn, where the hell did the black population go? And then you say, well, it's too expensive for them to live. How is it too expensive for the native black population, but it's not too expensive for some poor refugee who said he's fleeing gang violence? This shit don't even make any sense. And what's up with all these bleeding hearts for people that are fleeing gang violence in Tijuana and Bogota? We're fleeing gang violence. What, gang violence from your own people? It surely ain't no black boogeyman. So who the fuck are you running from? You're running from people that look just exactly like you. Hey, you know what? I'm a humanitarian. We should help these people, right? but not before you help your own American citizens, right? If your kid is starving and the neighbor kids is starving, and you say, you know what, that's unfortunate that the neighbor kids are starving, but I got to feed my babies first. You're xenophobic. You hate the neighbor's kid. How? I need to feed my kid first, and then maybe if I have some extra after that, then I'll go check on the kid. It's not personal. You know what I mean? It's survival.
Okay, now check me out. Why is we, meaning Latinos, we call out for black folks? Meaning we want to use you for your votes. Hey, let's have anti-blackness in their culture come together with black people. You as a black person, you tell me how.
Yeah.
You tell me.
Yeah. It would be damn near impossible. It would be damn near.
No, it's not near impossible. It's impossible. You know what it is? No, listen, sir. I mean this because I care. Okay, because I don't want people to get hurt with fake coalition. People get hurt like this. People get used. Okay, look, when elections are coming, when we as a people, as a community have problems, we meaning Latinos, we call out for black folks. Meaning we want to use you for your votes. Hey, let's come together. We want to use you, sir. That's what we want to do. We want to use the black vote, the black population to get our backs, etc. What happened when Trump won? Now, mind you, a large percentage of Latinos voted him in there. But when it backfired, what are we saying now? We're all the black people.
And shout out to my UK fam, Z Sarah in building. And Z Sarah, do you have 2 pages? Because I had another Z Sarah come through. I don't know if that was you or just an imposter, but you saw the title and there's something your husband, something my husband told me where he's from. There's a tribe of black Jews, the Limba. They have been genetically tested. Yeah, maybe you should come on here and talk about that someday. And from Zimbabwe. So salute to Z Sarah and her husband, and what else did she say? I can't stay. I'm dealing. Okay, I got you. Well, I'm glad that you came through. So this is the UK fam over there. Salute to Z Sarah and her husband. All right.
Okay, now check me out. Why is it black people? Why not where all the white people at? Where all the Asians at? Where all the Arabs at? Why black people?
Exactly. So the people, I will vote for Donald Trump. And then they always say, you guys are only 13% of the population, which is, hey, let's just go with that, even though we're purposely undercounted. And they're always trying to work to undercount and undercut our numbers, right? But they'll say, you guys are a formidable population. You're only 13%. That's why we can't do anything specifically for you, because you're only 13%. Then they'll say that the Asians are only 6 to 7%, but hey, we have to do something for them. Stop Asian hate, huh? I thought you said we can't do nothing to these populations because they're so small. And then you look at Trump, he gave millions and millions and millions to the Jewish people because they were victims. Guess what they were victims for? Because someone said, globalize the intifada. Someone said, free, free, free Palestine. We're victims. They want to kill all the Jews. It's like, huh? Black people, if somebody calls you a nigger, shut up, nigger, get over it. Somebody says globalize the intifada. Jews are victims, and then give them millions and millions of dollars for it, right? Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Kathy Hochul in 2024, she gave Jewish people millions and millions in reparations. And I'll pull it up in real time just in case y'all don't believe me. Why? Because she said that the Jewish people were victims and she was paying them for the Holocaust. Remind me, I'm not a historian, but I know a little bit about something. there was an American Holocaust, but that American Holocaust happened to foundational Black American freedmen. And we didn't get no reparation. Stop begging the government. Why y'all always begging? So that's what they tell to us. Why is nobody saying that to Jewish people? Why are no one saying that the Jews are always begging? It's the Jews. But you never say that the Jewish people are begging, right? Why are they always going with a handout? Why don't they reject that money and say, no, we're Jewish people. We pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. Instead, they're accepting millions and saying that they're victims because someone said globalize the intifada. Look up the school Columbia. Columbia paid them millions because they said that, oh, the Palestinian protests got out of hand. Nothing was happening to them. People were saying bad things, and some people called them genocidal maniacs, right? They say sticks and stones. What? Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never what?
People. You tell me why. Why y'all?
They know ultimately that we're the ones that have always fought against white supremacy. And so they're calling for us because they know that, for one thing, they know we have sympathy towards them and they know they can manipulate us with that 100%.
Yep. And I hate this for y'all. I truly, sincerely hate this for y'all. And I hate seeing it.
Right.
And therefore, it's my duty, man, as somebody who has a problem with this, to say, hey, you've never seen me talk about brown and black coalition. That's never coming out of my mouth, and it will until I see my people. That's the reason why I make the videos that I do. Until I see my people collectively confront and stand up against anti-blackness. If we cannot first do that, then I don't want to see no coalition. It's impossible. It's fake, it's performative, and it's also a way to only call you out when we need you. That's not unity, that's not coalition, that's called exploiting a people. Can y'all come, hey, we need you right now. Don't date our daughters. Don't move into our communities. Stay over there in your lane, but can we use you right now? That's Latinos' idea of coalition, okay? That's what coalition has looked like. Can we use you when we need you? That's what it is. When it comes to Latinos, is can we use you? Because since colonized, we've been practicing mejorando la raza. We have been practicing blanqueamiento, and we have also not allowed our daughters, our family members to date, to have children with black people, etc. Collectively. Yes, there's the individuals here and there that stand up against it, but individuality doesn't work. We have to be a collective of people that stand up against it. They have the problem with it. And as long as we keep brushing it under the rug, we're going to be a people.
Yeah, so this happened in LA. I believe in the Boyle Heights and other areas, right? You won't find any reports of black people firebombing Latinos and writing LK, Latino killer, MK, Mexican killer. But there are instances of them firebombing, and they even firebombed some black families on Mother's Day because they knew that, people would be chilling. And then they sprayed nigger killer all over that, right? And then they try to make it, no one's illegal on stolen land, so you should just have a bunch of thuggish gang members over here terrorizing communities, right? But most of the Latinos, they don't even speak up. Now, when they come in your neighborhood and your numbers are greater than theirs, and it's, hey, mi amigo, would you like some tacos with some horchata? Like they be super nice to you. And then as soon as they get their numbers up, then that's where the whole pinche mayate and chango talk come in. And it's a kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. So once they attack you, then it's just like you're supposed to let it happen. Then once you retaliate, then somehow the retaliation turns into xenophobic and you hate Latinos. But them attacking you, then it's just like, well, what did you do? Like, what the fuck you mean? What did I do? They came into my neighborhood, and then it turns into, well, California was, Mexico, Mexico owned California. Yeah, and Spain owned Mexico for longer than that. I mean, they owned Mexico and California for longer than that. And Mexico sold California, right? So if you want to get California back, you need to pay the money back that you got from the proceeds, and we need to run that fade again, right? Because do you forget there was a Mexican-American war that the Mexicans lost, and they were being occupied, and the U.S. was like, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. We can finish you off and completely slaughter you. You already saw what we did to the natives here. We can do that to you. And the Mexicans said, no, we don't want that to happen. So you know what they did? They had the Treaty of Hidalgo, where they were paid like $15 million, which with inflation in today's dollars, it would equal to like close to like 100 million or something like that, which was still a lowball offer, right? But in that Treaty of Hidalgo, it said that many of those Mexicans could be allowed to be citizens in America, and they would be adopted and assimilated into whiteness. And so they sold it, and they ceded the territory, California, Utah, all this other type of stuff. So you can't try to say that the land was stolen. No, the land was sold. The land was sold, right? It's like, come on, man. Even if it was stolen, which, you know, all of this land was stolen or acquired by some sort of nefarious means. So, but let's just go with the whole stolen land narrative, right? Who was it stolen from, right? So who has more of a claim, Mexicans or Spaniards? Spaniards would have a claim, but then do they really have a claim? Because if someone stole something from you, you're not going to get it back with a strongly worded letter. You're not going to get it back by whining, you stole it from me, give it back. Nah, if you want it back, you're going to have to get it in blood, because that's how they took it from you. So if you ain't built like that, or you ain't prepared for that, what the fuck are you whining for? Right? Hey, I could respect it. Y'all stole the land. I'm finna come back and get it. But if you ain't willing to get in blood, we know you're not built for it like that. Y'all can't even handle the cartels. They just assassinated a cartel leader with the help of the U.S. The reason why they did that, because the U.S. said, hey, look, you already saw what we did in Venezuela. Y'all are way closer than that. We have no issues doing that, right? So it's a big cluster flop, but let's let the rest of the video play.
That continue practicing and performing anti-blackness. And as long as we do, this whole coalition of brown and black people is going to be just using you. That's the whole, where all the black people at? That's literally wanting to use you. Literally. That's all it is, wanting to use you.
100% facts, 100% facts, man. Well, let me say this to you, Ricardo. Thank you for your work. Thank you for the videos that you do. I love your videos. Shout out to you.
All right, man. Thank you for the conversation. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
All right, see ya. Peace.
Yeah, so that was a video by Ricardo Ignacio. Salute to that, bro. He is goated because he's one of the only ones in this community that brings this up. So now I'm going to react to another video, and this video is from the brother George Macon over at Street Media TV, so you can watch this uninterrupted. And this is titled, "The Hispanic Community Finally Gives the Sellouts of the Black Community What They Deserve." Brace yourself.
Whenever they say the word low-key, I think, like, it's valid. Why do you think that is valid for Mexicans to say? I don't know. We're the same, like, we're family, bro. You think that we're the same as black folks? Nah, I think we're better. Whoa, shoot. Why you say we're better? Because we are, bro. Wait, why though? You gotta like elaborate a little bit. Just a little bit. Because, bro, we're Mexicans, bro. Okay. Are we not?
A lot of our people, foundational black Americans, over the decades have.
So first of all, there's no race called Mexican. And then he's saying, first he said we were the same. And then he said, nah, we're better. So Mexicans are better than us. So first they used to say, oh, I'm only saying nigga because I grew up around blacks. Well, if you grew up around blacks, they mean they grew up around you. Why we ain't adopting any of that stuff that y'all said? Maybe it's just not popping like that, or it's not influential, right? Because we grew up around y'all too, but it's just like we're not really influenced by y'all like that. Wonder why that is. But now he's taking it a step further. We're the same. First it was like we only saying nigga because we grew up around y'all. Now is we saying nigga because we're the same. And then it turns into we're saying nigga because we better than the blacks. Huh? Okay. Put a Mexican rapper against a black rapper. All right. Put a Mexican boxer against a black boxer. All right. Y'all saw Terrence Bud Crawford, right? Y'all saw what happened when Tank Davis fought Ryan Garcia. Y'all saw what happened when Shakur Stevenson fought Tio Female Lopez. Right now, if you were building a football team and it was an athletic Mexican and an athletic black dude, who are you going with? Right? Even if you want to go into the entertainment field, right? And you want to choose a prominent actor, right? And you choose Denzel Washington, what Mexican dude are you putting up against him? You choose Samuel L. Jackson, what Mexican dude are you putting up against him? Now, look, I'm a humanitarian, so I'm not with all of this, here, look, we do this better or whatever. But like, when you come for the community and you want the smoke and you want to do a comparative analysis, then let's just do it, right? I don't think that we should be doing this, but if y'all really want to compare, then let's compare. Let's compare accomplishments, right? We stood on business here in our home country. Show me the examples of Mexicans standing on business in their home country in Mexico. I'm sure there are people, right? But who are the names? I hear a lot of Mexicans quoting MLK. Who is the Mexican version of MLK? Cesar Chavez. You mean Cesar Chavez, who called illegal immigrants wetbacks? That same Cesar Chavez? Who is the Mexican version of Fred Hampton? Who is the Mexican version of Malcolm X? Don't worry. I'll wait.
Family, bro. You think that we're the same as black folks? Nah, I think we're better. Whoa, shoot. Why you say we're better? Because we are, bro. Wait, why though? You gotta like elaborate a little bit. Just a little bit. Because, bro, we're Mexicans, bro. Okay. Are we not?
A lot of our people, foundational Black Americans, over the decades have been conditioned to love everybody but each other. We've been conditioned to go out of our way for everybody but each other, right? And we know that because in a lot of our communities, we got to go outside of our own people to get the things that we need. So we've been conditioned subconsciously to be subordinate to other groups. So now with this FBA movement, we're starting to wake up and say, no, we're not doing that no more. We're not taking care of other people. We're not going out of our way to allow other people to just come into our communities and we just patronize their stores, right? But they don't even like us, right? We need to develop our own stuff. We need to have our own identity, our own stores, and we're going to teach people how to respect us, right? We've been talking this way, but within our ranks, you still have a lot of people that want to be on those plantations, man. They don't want to come off. They want to love everybody. And when we call this stuff out, right, they get mad at us. So now in Chicago, you have a young activist named Stuckey, and he's been really supporting these Mexicans and these immigrants, right? And their quest to come to America, be dumped into our communities and take us over, right? He's supporting this.
And look, I just had to come step outside and say that.
Whoa, what's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, it is 2026, gang. Everything that's in Chicago is not the Venezuelans' fault. Everything up in Chicago is not Mayor Brandon Johnson's fault. You are so fucking ignorant, you keep forgetting we got an orange in the office that's controlling all this. You so ignorant in the city, gang, it really makes me sad, bro. Because we want to talk about how many intellectuals come out of Chicago, but just show me every day that this city ain't filled with nothing but a bunch of idiots. Stop putting everything off on Venezuelans. It's not their fault they had to come here. Blame the orange in the office. It's not Brandon Johnson's fault that they here. This is doing everything he can do.
I couldn't even let this dude finish. Like,
what? Hope, please.
Nigga, please.
Hope. Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
And you know what, nigga? You act like a little bitch right now.
You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
Huh? They had to come here. No, nigga, they didn't have to come here. What the fuck is this moist nigga talking about? See, this where this shit get hella goofy, bruh. He's from Chicago. They call it Chirac. Why do they call it Chirac? They're comparing it to Iraq, saying it's like a fucking war zone out there. And he's saying, it ain't they fault. The Venezuelans had to come here. No, nigga, they didn't have to come here. And if they did have to come here, why they didn't get dumped in another Latino neighborhood? Instead, they get dumped in a black neighborhood that's going to be displaced and now is a fucking Latino neighborhood. And you got goofy, moist niggas like this championing this shit on, bruh. When they bringing these people over here, you know, I know Trump is a bigot, but he was saying they're not sending their best. No, when they sending the Trinidad Aguas over here, they're not sending their best. So he's over here like, it ain't Brandon Johnson's fault. Yes, the fuck it is. He gave COVID funds to immigrants. He had no funds for the native population. But then when a bunch of immigrants came over here, he tapped into the C-19 funds. Huh? They weren't even citizens. They didn't pay into that shit. But no, we have to help them. Did you know that there were no homeless immigrants? All that flooding of the border with Biden, none of those immigrants were homeless. But American citizens were, American veterans were, and then you get desensitized to it. This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, this shit wasn't fucking built by immigrants. And if it was, how could these same immigrants that allegedly built up America, but they can't build shit in their homeland? You even saying that it's supposed to be xenophobic, but why? If somebody went to your house and they cleaned your house and talk about, see, I just cleaned so good. And then you look, it's like, okay, cool. Thanks for helping me with the dishes. But why is your house disgusting? You ain't clean not a dish at your house. Your house is a fucking pigsty. And then you want to come over here and wag your fingers to me and talk about what I had to do, right? Somebody from Tijuana could say, I'm fleeing gang violence. Here, come over here. I know you only have $2 in your pocket, but don't worry. We have NGOs, and this is America, the land of milk and honey. And you're a non-citizen, so we'll take care of you, right? But then when those same kids in Chirac in Oakland, what about Chicago? All right, yeah, what about the kids in Chicago that's fleeing gang violence? Shut up, niggers. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Okay, fine. Tell that same shit to the fucking Mexicans, the Venezuelans, the Haitians. I don't give a fuck.
Mayor, to make sure everybody is straight. And it don't always look pretty. What would you do if you was in this position?
Now, he's defending Mayor Brandon Johnson despite all the outcry from the foundational Black American community up there in Chicago. Now, I told you guys that our biggest detractors in this early stage is going to be our own people, because you're trying to undo a consciousness that's been downloaded into their brains for so long. The majority of folk within our communities from the South to the East to the West to the North are still on that Democratic plantation. They are with the Democrats, right or wrong, weak or strong, and they're supporting them. So us in the grassroots, we're having a tussle match against our own FBA family and telling them we're not doing it this way no more. We got to shake it out of them. We're not doing it this way no more, right? Some of them got to pass away off, right? And the new generation got to come in, and then some of them we got to change their mindset because they're working tooth and nail against us, right? Take the immigrants out for a minute. They're going there out of their way to defend immigrants because they are in full defense of the Democratic Party and they don't like Trump, right? And because of that, they just, whatever the Democrats say, they with it, right? They'll complain later, but right now, they're down with it. So he doubled down by saying this.
We want to know, what do they have that Mexican people and other Black Americans can't attain? What the are the Venezuelans, Ukrainians, whoever, what the are they getting that people that are already here can't already have or cannot attain? Shut the up. Read. Is resources out there that they're hiding from you because they don't want you to have it. And you have to go look for it. Stop blaming that did not want to come over here in the first place about choking problems. No, look, it could be two truths. It is true that the system is.
You have it.
Yeah, this goofy ass nigga don't know what he talking about. Like, they didn't want to come over here. No one fucking forced these dudes to come over here, bruh. And see, this is what I'm trying to say. They try to tell us don't have a victim mindset, but then when these other groups come over here, it's like, here, listening to them, listen to how they're victims. Nah, I don't want to hear no victim mindset, right? If I want to hear victim mindset, I'm gonna listen to some foundational Black Americans who I can visibly see that they've been victimized. Right? Who the fuck is victimizing Venezuelans and Mexicans? It's other Mexicans, right? It's Mexican on Mexican crime, right? When you look at the cartel members, right? It ain't a bunch of Black people. It's Mexicans killing and slaughtering other Mexicans. There's Mexican cartel members that are decapitating people. That's a Mexican on Mexican issue. Venezuelan Trinidad. Guess who the most people that they're going to be harming? Other Venezuelans. But then when they dump them into a Black neighborhood, many of them are gang members. Not every single one, but it's enough gang members to disrupt the neighborhood. And he's over here, what are they getting that y'all ain't getting? Like, nigga, if you don't know what you talking about, just shut your moist ass up, nigga, because they got all sorts of programs that go to refugees and immigrants that natives can't get. This ain't me making this shit up. I'll pull some shit up just in real time just because this dude is getting me infuriated, because every time when it comes to this immigration shit, like, people just try to have you desensitized to it, but all of these people are NIMBYs, not in my backyard. They don't mind open borders just as long as you drop them where the niggas at, right? They don't want them in their, fine, you want open borders here. Put them in those Lily W neighborhoods, put them in your schools and make your kids have to learn Spanish and shit like that. Then suddenly you start to hear pushback and stuff. But when they do the same thing and displace and gentrify Black neighborhoods, it's just like, shut up and get over it and work harder. Fine, we will work harder, and tell those people to work harder in their homeland, right? They always say it's the government. Like, okay, what government? Your own government of people that looks like you, right? Oh, so you mean it's brown on brown crime or Mexican on Mexican crime? It's Latino on Latino crime. That ain't got shit to do with us. Don't try to get us to cape and crash out for some shit that you wouldn't even crash out for in your homeland. These people don't give a fuck about their homeland. They come over here. On one hand, they'll say, I'm seeking asylum because I'm fleeing political persecution. How many of us have been persecuted here? How many of us have been subjugated and oppressed here? But where could you run to? Nowhere. If you need a legal defense fund, it's like, shut up, figure it out. When it comes to the immigrants, oh my God, ICE is like the Gestapo. And that's why they got fucking millions and millions allocated for a legal fund in California. I was shopping the other day. They had a mobile van that was giving free legal services to immigrants. And I'm fine if that's what they want to do. See, the way we look at it is that we're not saying, hey, I know a lot of people are saying, no, they shouldn't be getting that. Don't give them that. What I'm saying is, by you giving them that, you've shown the willingness and the capacity to give. So all we're saying is, hey, keep on giving. Keep spreading that generosity. Don't tell me that you're generous to spread things to immigrants, asylum seekers, and refugees, but then to the tax-paying native citizens, it's just like, just figure it out. You should be happy to be here. You don't want to go to a third world shithole country, do you? All right, well, shut up and stop complaining. And then they got these NGOs talking about the accountability in the Black community. No, where the fuck is the accountability in the NGO community? Who is holding these NGOs accountable? No one fucking knows. No one cares either. It's just straight human trafficking rings and money laundering rings. But hey, let's talk about George Floyd and BLM.
What's up? And it's also true that you are lazy. Wake up and go search for what the.
So this brother is going 1,000 times hard for this Black and Brown coalition that don't exist. It don't exist. And he found ways to call his own people lazy. Because this is what we do. A lot of our people put ourselves down while big up in these other groups, while they also put us down and don't support us. They practice anti-black racism, right? They call us lazy. They call us all kinds of stuff. And he's on there echoing the same sentiments that they used against us, right? But guess what happened to him? Guess what happened? All that going hard for those Mexicans and those Guatemalans and those Venezuelans and all that, well, they start coming after him and calling him names and saying a whole bunch of disparaging things about him. Because I keep telling y'all, they ain't our friends. Y'all know I would know. They're not our friends. They've never been our friends. But watch the turn of events and watch what happens.
You know you're not a real if a Mexican.
And that's why I'm gonna stop you right there. Cause how the is a non gonna tell me what make me a real? Day I went viral, and I can see I got a lot of upset, and all I did was react to some shit. Since posting this video, I ain't been getting but hate, a lot of hate, and a lot of hate.
So before I proceed, here we got this moist, goofy nigga here over here crashing out on his alleged own people, calling us dumb and acting like we don't know shit and pretending as if we're letting the city down. And then here he got these pale Latinos calling him a nigga. They're checking. They really pressing on this dude and marking him out saying, you ain't even a real nigga. So they checking his nigga credentials and they ain't even a nigga. Okay, I call them niggas, Mexican niggas, not really niggas, but just niggas, right? So this nigga is getting checked by a nigga? Are you kidding me? You can't make this shit up. That's what I'm saying. He was crashing out, putting the cape out, and now he looking like a straight clown. And get this fit together, like... is bro even FBA? Because this fit is many right here. Maybe this just how they do it on the East Coast, because this shit look wild, bruh.
Day I went viral, and I can see I got a lot of upset, and all I did was react to some shit. Since posting this video, I ain't been getting but hate, a lot of hate, and a lot of hate. All the hate really is coming from Latino people, Mexican people. Now, this is in with me, right? Because if you know me personally, you know.
Well. Most of the hate that most of his hate and vitriol was towards black people. He had hatred towards his own people to crash out for the Latinos. Now he's saying, man, I'm getting a lot of hate from Latinos. Yeah, but you wasn't wagging your finger at Latinos. You pulled out the ET finger, start pointing it and wagging it at foundational black Americans. And then guess what? They turned around and gave your bitch ass your burrito wake up call. They like, hey, ¿qué pasó? Pinche mayate. That's what you get.
So, I'm not as active as I was. I'm a member of, Healthy Hood Chicago here. And this is a black and brown community that works together. So I'm feeling heavily conflicted right now.
Works together to do what? Every time people say that shit, this is a black and brown community and they work together, and then you start asking them, work together to do what? Where are the black and brown construction companies, the black and brown landscaping companies, right? When they have these hip hop radio stations where they only play black music 99% of the time, but they only hire white Latinos, where the fuck are the black and brown coalition there? So when people say that shit, ask them to show you some tangible shit. They can't show shit. All they show is, look, black and brown, we stick together. They throw parties and play music where they're rapping and saying nigga together. We're sticking together by rapping and saying nigga together at a karaoke. That's not fucking sticking together. Y'all stick together and then you say, hey man, hey mi amigo, mi hermano, your sister is beautiful. It's like, hey, pinche miate, we cool, but you can't marry my sister. So how are y'all sticking together again? Y'all ain't starting no businesses together. They're not putting you on with any like hiring roles. You can't touch their sisters, right? So where is the connection again? Your connection is listening to rap music and saying nigga. but you can't say any slurs. You gave them an N-word pass, but what pass do you have from them? Could you call them a wetback? Could you call them a spick? You know, in an endearing way. I don't mean it like that. I mean it the same way that they say nigga, right? Because I have heard spick in a rap song. I have heard wetback in a rap song. That's why I'm saying it. Not because I mean it like that, because I heard wetback in a rap song, right? Ain't that what they say about nigga? But here you got this moist, goofy ass nigga caping out for the Hispanic community, and they gave him his horchata wake up call.
You know, I'm not as active as I was. I'm a member of, you know, Healthy Hood Chicago here, and this is a black and brown community that works together. So I'm feeling heavily conflicted right now because I don't fight hate with peace. I very much so fight fire with fire. I fight hate with hate. Talking about my dad not in my life because I'm black. Go get your fucking papers. See, we could do this game right here. This game of racism. We can do this all day, but it's not going to get us anywhere. See, it's not going to get us anywhere. All it's going to do is just make motherfuckers hate each other even more. And obviously it's not getting us anywhere either. But I'm definitely not with this.
Right.
I just find it funny, bro. The world feels as if they have a right to tell black people how to feel about blacks. And that ain't never been right. Cause how you finna tell me how to feel as a black man and you not black?
But see, this is why I always tell you guys to take the emotion.
This your fault. You was over there crashing out for these fools. You talking about you representing healthy hoods and this is a black and brown neighborhood. Hey, don't speak for FBA. And matter of fact, don't try to speak on our issues, nigga. Worry about the whole black and brown building that coalition, bruh. Because you're not intellectually formidable enough to be leading anyone. So, hey, moist, goofy nigga.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
Emotion out and just sit back, pay attention. Because now he's getting his wake-up call from these Latinos. They don't like us. The majority of them don't like us. I've been telling y'all that. Now, maybe over there in them countries, a lot of the Afro-Latinos, we may be cool with some of them, but a lot of them, they've been beaten down so bad, they want close proximity to the W man as well. So you got to really be careful around them a lot of times, right? But they don't like us. But there are some Afro-Latinos, right, that do call out their people, right, and try to warn us. And I tell you guys, listen to them. Because when they start blowing the whistle on their own community's anti-black racism, listen to them. This guy had to find out the hard way. He was going hard on his own foundational black Americans for these people, and they looking at him like they don't like traitors. But look what this woman was saying.
Hi, I'm Alex, and we've raised a total of $60 million to help brands rank #1 on ChatGPT.
Where do we start? First, hello. This is your fellow brown Mexican friend. But I read the comments on your post. Sorry, I'm hungry. And it just proves the point of the anti-blackness in our community. And someone said, if she would have said black, she would have said negra. Because let me tell you something. My nickname is negra, and I'm not black. Therefore, because you're brown in our community, you already are seen as the ugly duckling. And that's exactly what you were saying. And people want to stand here and try to prove a point. What point? Let's be very real. Our community is filled of anti-blackness, colorism. I don't understand why people are getting so defensive over something that should be talked about more without the need of doing the whole black versus brown. There's no need for that. How do I deal with it? Up to it. I don't condone it. As a child, I didn't know any better. As an adult, Now I do. And because I have a child who is darker than me, much darker than me, I don't call her negra. First of all, she doesn't like it, so we're not doing it. Even if out of endearment, we don't do that. I don't encourage her to stay out of the sun. The very opposite. Put on sunblock and go lay there. Get crispy because people pay for this. We don't. And you just have to be comfortable now as an adult to call these people out, whether it's your tia, your tío, your nina, your comadre, it doesn't matter. But we don't do it because it's so rooted in us that we ourselves let it happen right in our faces. And I'm not speaking for me because that's not the case here, but a lot of those comments is what is this being displayed right now.
And I don't understand what more people need to know. I've been telling you guys, right? You know, my background is well publicized. I've been telling y'all, they don't like us at all, right? People don't listen, right? So now you have this sister telling y'all. But you know what's funny? We get a chance to see just how racist they are when they actually talk like this. But then some of them even explain what goes on in their family when it comes to dark skin.
Hey, brother, you better turn your radio back.
So we think about these Black Lives Matter that they want to be paid for being what is it, slaves and all that?
Reparations.
Yeah, there.
Are you talking about well, I heard they passed in North Carolina.
Yes.
But it was a small little town in North Carolina that passed reparations for whoever's over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
yeah, and that's when we, the Raza, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them, no, nobody gave reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going through this crap a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because
What the fuck is this dude talking about? And this dude, all of these people are on their anti-black American bozo, and this other dude over there. And then he's talking about nobody. First of all, they said reparations is stupid. Well, what do y'all want for reparations? Now he's saying nobody should get it until we get it. So hold on, y'all want reparations too? Before it was a stupid idea, then people turn around and say, well, where's my reparations at, right? Imagine somebody that said, hey, I don't like fried chicken. I don't want anything to do with fried chicken. And then you start demanding, hey, look, I would like to get some fried chicken that you owe me. Well, where's my fried chicken at? I thought you said you didn't want fried chicken. So why the fuck are you whining about fried chicken that you said you didn't want? They'll turn around and say, reparations is a handout. So why the fuck do you want a handout? You know what I mean? You said we're these low IQ, savage, thuggish monkeys, right? And we're welfare queens. So it would explain why we want it. And I'm being facetious as well. But why do you want it? And reparations isn't a handout, and it's not to every black person. It's a lineage and status-based claim. You were never a slave. Yeah, you never paid the slaves, right? That debt is still owed. So just like right now, when Kathy Hochul gave the money to the Jewish people, it was the Holocaust victims and their heirs. Their heirs didn't go through a Holocaust, but guess what? Their ancestors did. Since their ancestors weren't here, there's called an inheritance and a transference. People understand the transference of debt, but they just don't understand it when they have to pay the bill. Well, you need to blame, your parents and grandparents for continuously kicking the can down the road. And I'm so sick of people bringing up Native Americans when it comes to foundational Black American reparation. When we're talking about our reparations, don't bring nobody else up. Because when y'all bring up Native American issues, y'all definitely don't bring us up. Many of those Native tribes owned slaves. Why y'all don't bring that up, right? Which tribes are we even talking about? And see, this is why there's no race called Native American. They didn't even call themselves American, right? That's why they were on reservations, which were completely different sovereign nations. There's no race called indigenous. So what race are these so-called natives, right? So they'll try to go out of their way. No, they're not black. You guys are pretendians, but what they look like Elizabeth Warren, Justin Timberlake. and Seth Rogen, right? And then look at what Biden did. Biden gave over 32 billion to tribal tribal organizations as well. So the natives have been paid reparations over and over and over. You can argue that they should get more. Fine, give them more, but stop pretending it's like they haven't gotten anything, right? They're on reservations being mistreated. Whose fault is that? So don't pay reparations to the group, the only true group that you owe, because some Native Americans have been mistreated. Yeah, and some of those Native Americans are scammers. They're $5 Indians that paid to get on the dolls roll, right? There's a bunch of Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas running around, and people don't have an issue with them getting paid because it's going to white so-called natives, right? They weren't really owed anything. But here you got these stooges over here saying nobody should get reparations. And he's saying like they should protest hard. So we're fighting for reparations and they're fighting against it. But these same people fighting against our reparations, saying that we should go out there and crash out for ICE. Okay. Like I said, man, this anti-blackness is, we have no allies.
And turn around and tell them, no. Nobody gave reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going through this crap a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. How are you going to give a bunch of money to a specific group, dog? This is the United States, a melting pot. How are you going to give it to a specific?
Man, this dude is a fucking low IQ loser. It's not fair, Doug. It's not fair. Life is not fucking fair. Guess what is fair? You know what's fair? Fair is a place where they judge pigs and eat funnel cake, hopefully with a strawberry drizzle and some powdered sugar. That's what fair is. It's not fair, dog. Does this sound like a victim mentality or what? What the fuck is this fat fucking bozo whining about? It's not fair. It's not fair, man.
So I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. How are you going to give a bunch of money to a specific group, dog?
Listen to how moronic he said. It's not fair. How are you going to give money to a specific group? But weren't you just asking them to give money to Mexicans, a specific group? Where's the money to the Native Americans? Oh, a specific group. Give us money specifically, but don't give money specifically to foundational Black Americans? Fucking idiot.
Get ours first. We've been going through this crap a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. How are you going to give a bunch of money?
Then he said, we've been going through this crap a lot longer. What crap have you been going through, right? Most Mexicans up into now, because now, with the whole mestizo thing and people are, trying to lean into various, a multitude of identities, right? But Mexicans specifically fought to be legally classified as white. There's no race called Mexican. They want the Mexicans to be blancamiento. Y'all heard the bro. He said this is what they preach in their culture. Mejoró la raza, blancamiento. And here you got this fat slovenly dude. It's not fair, man. It's not fair. How are you going to give money to a specific group? And then you're asking for money for your specific group? How pathetic and idiotic could you be?
Nobody gave reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going through this crap a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. How are you going to give a bunch of money to a specific group, dog? This is the United States, a melting pot. How are you going to give it to a specific group?
Because right now they've got the white people with so much guilt. It was your
like an older Mexican man won't let his daughter date a black man, but she could date a white man.
Because of the skin color. It's almost sad because they say para mejorar la raza. That's what they be saying.
To better the race. Yeah. For grandma, so when my grandma moved to the city and my grandpa moved to the city and they met, my grandma automatically just seemed better because she was with this guy from Michoacan that was light skinned and white with green eyes. And she looked like Felipe, dark, short, and that she thought she was better, fool. Like, I swear to God, for my grandma just passed, but she loved my nephew more than she loved my niece.
So you tell me, how can you have a black and brown coalition with people like this? It's not going to work. First of all, you don't speak their language. Number two, they've been conditioned to like whiteness more than they like themselves. Well, they don't even like their reflection in the mirror, man. That brown skin to them is a sin. They don't like it. And you think you're going to unite with these people? But again, when you condition a group of people to help everybody else but yourselves, you get the rude awakening the way this dude from Chicago Stucky did. Now he's torn. Well, you ain't torn. You just had so much disdain and hate for your own group that you was willing to go hard in the paint for somebody that don't even like you, that don't even.
Yeah, and y'all get the gist. And there was only a couple more minutes of that video. So I'm going to just pull up one thing and then I'm going to start to wind this stream down. I sincerely appreciate everyone that was here. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. So let me just pull this up because y'all heard the little fat, slovenly, bloated bozo. It's not fair, man. It's not fair. Yeah, no, it's not. Fair is a place where they judge pigs, you ride amusement rides, and eat funnel cake. Life is not fair. But remember, what about the natives? What about their reparations? This was just when Biden was in office. This is not even talking about what they got before that, right? You won't find any story, any news report that says any amount of billions was specifically allocated to the foundational Black American community. You can find things that have been specifically allocated to Asian, Jewish, non-citizens, but never foundational Black Americans, right? And you heard this dude. If anyone gets reparations first, it must be the Mexicans and the natives. We are the natives, but okay. Let's talk about the Elizabeth Warren, Justin Bieber type tribal people. Y'all can read this. The American Rescue Plan, $32 billion allocated to tribal nations. Are you a part of a tribal nation? Oh yeah, me neither, right? 32 billion allocated to tribal nations. Where's the Native American reparations, man? And this was just when Biden was in office. They were getting money under Obama, money under Bush, money under Reagan. But it's still, where's their reparations, man? They've been paid out over and over and over again. And if you ask me, I say, hey, you should keep paying them in perpetuity, but to stop trying to pretend as if they just have been starved out and got nothing. And then they'll try to frame, well, Black people got reparations too. They got welfare. Welfare ain't fucking reparations, and welfare was created for white women. There's more white women on welfare, but per capita and all this other stuff. And then it turns into that, right? They try to take these social safety net programs and frame it as if it was a Black program when there's mostly non-Blacks on there. Affirmative action, that was reparations. No, it wasn't. Affirmative action mainly benefited white people, which means it benefits the white family. Most white women marry white men. So if affirmative action is mainly benefiting white women, it mainly benefits white people. Same thing with DEI. Most benefits from DEI, white women. Of all of the benefits and positions, only 4% of them went to Black people. And we don't even know if those Black people were foundational Black Americans, because they love to like give it to melanated immigrants and say, yep, you know, we helped a Black person. So that checks the box. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't want to hear when we're talking about reparations, people bringing up any other groups. But I'm going to go ahead and hit these visuals. Hopefully y'all stick around to the end. It's only going to be about 5 to 10 minutes or so. And yeah, then we will shut her down. Now, just in case y'all haven't took the time to hit the like button yet, I will remind you, it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Time for a like intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed.
For sure, you already know. It's easy to see why he is that dude. He's been a favorite, even if you hating it. Give him his flowers, pay him respect. He's a certified legend and one of the best. B-Eazy, remember the name.
B-Eazy Dat Dude.
Yeah. Burning up, just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. There's a lot of niggas that say they real, but to me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy, they really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounces. It's a definition of adrenaline rush. What he do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These firms that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line in your fit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Goku for the cocaine and go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss. I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on Chirac and then fly back out to Mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so high, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so high, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. B-Eazy Dat Dude.
If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. Come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, be easy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
Be easy, be easy. He is that dude. It's plain and obvious. A certified professional, ain't never been a hobbyist. He is one of the nicest, realest, coldest, and dopest. So you should take notice. Woo! That dude, be easy. That dude, be easy. That dude, show love and support to Be Easy Dat Dude.
Be easy, be easy.
You love me. You really love me. You're not going